Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a slightly windy, breezy Alconbury. Thanks, everybody, for getting here on time. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. As usual for our meetings here, we have got a number of public questions today. Because of the large number of public questions, Dan and the officers are kindly, you okay, Jerry? Dan and the officers are kindly arranging in groups, just because of safety measures here within the room, to make sure that they, get full access to us and we get the opportunity to hear from them. So there will be, just bear with us a little bit, because there will be a little bit of toing and froing of people coming in and people going out. So thank you very much. Before I start, I'd like to welcome those members of the public and press who've joined us today for this meeting. Just as a reminder, the County Council does allow filming and photography at its public meetings. So do feel free to take pictures and tweet during the meeting. I just reminded myself to switch off a mobile phone or put it onto silent while the meeting's taking place. The meeting is being live streamed and a recording of the meeting will be available. There's no fire alarm scheduled for today, so if it sounds, please leave by the nearest fire exit and assemble downstairs, which I think is down the stairs on the left-hand side. I'd also like to welcome for our first meeting, Sue Proctor. We didn't quite get her surname spelt correctly, but we'll get that remedied straight away. Sue is joining us as our new service director for highways and transport. So a big welcome to her. Welcome, Sue. Right. So item 1 on agenda, members, is apologies for absence and subsequently declarations of interest. Dan, in terms of apologies.
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillors Fuller and Giles and Councillors Howell and Ferguson are substituting, respectively.
Thank you, and welcome, Stephen. Does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest for the meeting? No, thank you. So I'd like to move to the minutes of 7th of September and the action log. We've been asked to approve those minutes. I'll go through as per normal on each page on my computer. So first of all, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. If there are no changes to those, can I sign those as being an accurate record? So I'll move the minutes as an accurate record. And if that's okay, I'll take that as carried unanimously. Thank you very much, members. So there's also an updated action log is part of the papers for that section. Just to note in relation to action 8 on page 20, let me just go to that.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, we don't have page numbers.
Actually, Janet, neither did I, but I was reading from the consecutive pages.
Okay, because obviously there would like updates on some of the bits on the...
I just took them in sequence, Janet, to be honest.
Okay, thanks.
So in relation to the action log, there was on page 20, apparently page 20, Sonia raised the A428 issue with the Regional Traffic Managers Forum, and then afterwards discussed this with equivalent at Bedford Borough, and the authorities are working together to make a consistent approach through the live inquiry. Are there any other questions on the action log? I think you were a dead heat. I think it was Councillor Dupre and Councillor King.
And it's just a very trivial point that the heading in the final column says completed when surely it should say status, as a lot of them aren't completed.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor King.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a similar question, really. There are several things that are listed as being complete, and I'm looking at one of them, which is actually number 63, which is the Wisbech access strategy, and that is described actually as ongoing. But I'm a little bit concerned that this project is going to be discussed by you and the Vice Chair, because I do think Wisbech members ought to be involved in this in some way, because it is very much a matter for Wisbech, and there have been a number of hiccups, shall we say, with delivering this project. So I have no difficulty in you and the Vice Chair having a meeting about this, but how is it proposed to involve Wisbech members?
So thanks for that, Councillor King. I mean, I'll also look at to Jerry, but from my point of view, absolutely all the Wisbech members should be involved in that discussion. If we can propose with officers a specific group on that for your agreement, and also with Mac, if that would be acceptable.
I would very much welcome that, and we do need to remember, Chair, that Fenner District Council is also involved in this as well. So there was a steering group some time ago, which sort of unofficially disbanded, and that involved Fenner District Council and also, of course, Norfolk as well, because one of the schemes is actually in Norfolk. So I think we do need to do a bit more work on how we're going to engage, assuming, hopefully, that we get a bit of extra money to deliver the scheme. And I've also heard rumours on this subject that out of the 10.5 million or thereabouts that was allocated, 8.5 million has already been spent. And that was supposed to deliver the detailed plans. So I think that that is a matter of some urgency, because if we haven't delivered the detailed plans, then I think that that action needs to be seriously revised. So I think that that's a wholly inadequate summary. That's what I'm saying. I know there are a whole lot of issues, you know, and I could go on for much longer than this. So how are we going to deal with this, Mr. Chair, I suppose?
Just a quick comment from me, and then also bring in Steve. So, you know, my experience since chairing the committee on, for example, the King's Dyke project has been very good. So if we could replicate something like that, that would be excellent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Councillor King. I think we should bring that group back together again in a timely way. I think it's an important group in understanding the progress that we're making with the project, but also in supporting efforts to secure funding for whatever schemes come forward at the end of the design work. So yeah, I'd happily do that, and I will take back. I don't recognise the figure you've quoted, but I will take that back and check it for you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just raise a couple of other points on the action log? I won't be as long with these. The first one is number 6, minute number 6, King's Parade. That's described as being complete. I don't think it is complete, because if you look at the action column, there are a number of future actions that have to be taken. So again, I'm just curious as to how that's going to be progressed, you know, rather than just being ticked as complete.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the reference here was to the security briefing that we got from the police, and I think that sort of incorrectly then is stated as everything is complete. You're absolutely right. So in Sonia's traffic management paper, she will talk about the next steps a little bit more.
Thank you, Chair. That's a very good point. And then there's number 10, which is the LHI process, complete. And again, I think the confusion there is that part of that is complete, which is the additional guidance or training. But then there's the plan to review the LHI process. And obviously that isn't complete. So again, I think we just need a bit more discrimination in terms of how we describe these actions as complete.
Thank you. Yeah, fair point. Because actually, of course, that will refer to the next round in the LHI process rather than this year. I totally accept your point. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. That's it. Thanks a lot, and it's good to keep an eye on an action log and make sure it's up to date. Thank you. So if I can see agreement, members across the room, that we sign off the action log with those amendments and updates. Councillor Dupre, we noted your previous one.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure whether it's appropriate for me to ask this, but the timescale for the civil parking enforcement needs to be reviewed. You've got a commencement of statutory consultation process in April 23 to June 23. That's smack bang in the middle of Purder in Finland. Plus the fact the consultation should be done. It looks as if, you know, this is just everything is stamped, and I believe the consultation should be done before we actually commence reviewing various stuff. I think it's a horse before the cart on this one, because it just looks as if, you know, it's a tick box exercise. So if I can ask you to please review the timescales on this.
Yes, thank you. And good point on Purder. And maybe we can touch on that also during Sonia's paper. Okay, members, so if there's no other points on the action log, I'd like to sign that off with the amends and changes that we've just discussed. Thank you. So next item on the agenda is the March Area Transport Study, the outline business case. This is obviously an important project. I think Steve has joined us from afar and is going to give us an update. Steve, can I go to you?
Yes, good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. So this report covers three aspects of the March Area Transport Study, which is known as MATS. It presents conclusions from the recently completed outline business case for the package of 5 main MATS schemes. It provides progress update on the March minor schemes, and it outlines the programme and costs for completing the full business case for the package of 5 main MATS schemes. So in terms of the outline business case, approval to complete the March Area Transport Study outline business case was obtained at the Highways and Transport Committee in September 2020, following release of funds from the CA at their board meeting in August of that year. The outline business case for the package of 5 is now complete, and it builds on the strategic outline business case, which was submitted in October 2020, with the completion of preliminary designs for 4 of the 5 schemes, thus firming up the scheme costs. Preliminary design for the Northern Link Road isn't complete yet due to difficulty in getting access to Network Rail land to complete required surveys, and these will now be done during the next stage of the study. Also note that one of the MAT schemes, which is on Broad Street in the centre of March, is closely aligned with the March Future High Street Fund scheme for Broad Street, and works well underway by colleagues in project delivery at CCC to ensure that these 2 schemes are aligned, progressed and delivered at the same time. The OBC economic case reaffirms that the package of schemes offer high value for money, with the central growth scenario benefits cost ratio of 2.9, meaning the benefits of the schemes outweigh the cost to build them by a factor of 2.9. The scheme benefits also outweigh the costs under low and high growth scenarios. The financial case demonstrates that the schemes are financially affordable, with the outturn cost to deliver the package of schemes estimated at £30 million. And these costs include risk and inflation and have been peer reviewed by colleagues in project delivery. The costs are the best estimates we have at present, but they will be reviewed as the detailed designs of the schemes develop during the full business case stage. And any changes in inflation between then and now will also be accounted for in those revised scheme costs. The commercial and management cases in the OBC also show that the schemes are commercially viable and deliverable. And the overall conclusion of the outline business case is that there's a compelling case for the CPCA to progress package of the 5 MAT schemes to full business case and detailed design. Moving on to the minor schemes, a package of 9 minor schemes across March was approved for delivery at the Highways and Transport Committee in September 2020. These schemes were awarded funding for construction at the CA board meeting in November of that year and have been in development since then. Of the 9 schemes, 7 have now been completed, with the remaining 2, Upwell Road and Cavalry Drive speed reduction measures and Norwood Road traffic calming measures, due for completion by February 2022. Also, the list of 91 possible interventions identified in the pedestrian and cycling strategy, which was completed in May 2020, is now being assessed to draw up a list of schemes for delivery, and this will result in a set of preliminary designs for those schemes by January 2022. Moving on to the final element, the programme and cost for the full business case. The outline business case outlines the calendar year of 2022 for completion of the full business case and detailed design, with early 2023 identified for committee approval of the full business case. Estimated costs for producing the full business case and detailed design for the 5 schemes are 1.5 million, and the CA are presenting a paper at their Transport and Infrastructure Committee on Monday and board meeting later this month requesting release of these funds. These costs also include risk built into them. The recommendation is that the MATs is progressed to full business case and detailed design, providing CA approve these funds for use by CCC, and providing a suitable grant funding agreement can be reached between the CA and CCC. Crucially, if the funds aren't approved or a funding agreement can't be agreed, then CCC won't proceed with the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, Councillor Mills.
It was very loud.
Yes.
And I just wonder if we've got people in a room aside that could actually adjust the volume on the internal speakers. Thank you.
I'm kind of looking to Dan, who might know who can twiddle the buttons.
The levels need to be adjusted by the supplier who are coming back to do that. So it is in hand, but I can't do it myself, unfortunately.
Brian, if you discover a way to do it, let us know. Okay, members can move to the debate. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know that this is a 2018 plan. It seems very sensible and well supported by the public, but since then there's been a change of administration at the Combined Authority, and I wondered if we knew if this is still a high priority item. We might find out on Monday, but I wonder if you had any steer from the Combined Authority about their priority lists.
I must admit I had a similar question. Councillor French, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I believe I can answer that question. I did speak to the Mayor last week at a board meeting, and he's fully supported. He is fully supported to support what we're doing in Fenland, but in particular in March. What I would like to say thank you to Steve Newby and his team. We've been working on this since 2017. We've had many, many meetings, and we have produced, as Steve said, the quick wins. We're moving on to the second one. My understanding that money will be released at the meeting on Monday, fingers crossed. But, you know, unfortunately, 3 weeks ago, we had another fatality on the A141 24-foot junction. We had 2 people sadly die, and 1 person was life-changing. So I would like, when the business case is done, to see if we can bring this forward, because this is such a dangerous stretch of road. I welcome and thank you, Steve, for all your hard work. And I know we have a meeting in a few weeks' time. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, obviously we continue to support this scheme and look forward to its coming to fruition. But just a general question. I was having recent discussions with people in March, and I just wonder if we take into account, if you know, recent flood problems we've had, and March is particularly susceptible to this. So given that we've got this scheme in the plan, I just wondered whether Steve Coxon, probably the right person to answer, is to what extent, or the other Steve, to what extent we actually take on board the fact that we've got these flooding problems. Now, none of these schemes, as far as I'm concerned, will add to the problems, but in doing them, do we take into account what we've learned since then? Because we do know, for instance, that some of the drainage from in some of our streets is pretty grotty at times and just can't cope with what we're now seeing as almost like a regular occurrence. And I was just, so it's not specific to March, although we know that March is particularly bad. If you looked at March at the moment, and when if you see a map of March where they show where there is flooding, they outline it in red, it's just almost the whole of March is covered in these red lines. So it's just a general question, Chairman, and I've taken this opportunity to ask it.
Thank you. So I think I'm looking at both the Steves. Steve Newby, do you want to comment first?
Yes, Chair. I think as part of the detailed design of these schemes, all implications of flooding will be considered. I know we have undertaken a number of surveys to date on flood risk, and that will be taken account of in the next stage of the design work.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think just to emphasise what Steve has said, we need to keep the evidence fresh, and where there's fresh information on flooding or whatever, we need to feed it into the final business case work. So I think we would take that point on and make sure that it is picked up, and we take account of, as you say, the flooding instances that we've seen recently.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Any other comments or questions on the March area study? Go ahead, Councillor French.
Yes, thank you. I think I can answer the question on flooding because I've been heavily involved with the areas in March that have been flooded. What is proposed in the March area transport study and also the High Street regeneration, none of these locations have been flooded at all. We do know that Broad Street, it's been surveyed and there's a lot of silt and everything underneath, but that will be sorted. And the other interesting thing that we had a meeting a few weeks ago with City Fibre. City Fibre are going to invest £5 million in March, which we're absolutely delighted. And I believe that work is going to start in January, February. We have a meeting, I think, next week. And I was surprised to know they have contacted and asked for our information. But I didn't realise they don't need our permission. They can come in and do it. And I do know that they have actually been working with county officers. So we're grateful for the amount of investment. I've been on the council 30 years and we've never had this kind of investment in Fenland or certainly March. So I welcome all of this.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I just want to support this going to the next stage of the consultation, which is what we're working on. We're actually saying, are we going to support what's going to the combined authority Monday? And obviously they need a steer from us. So I think our clear steer should be we want to support it going forward. And that's what should come forward from us today. It's been, as the local members have said, it's been a long time in the coming, and I think it would be disappointing not to progress it further at this stage. So I'll be fully supporting that, and hope the combined authority will do likewise. But looking at their agenda, there's nothing there to indicate they're recommending otherwise. So other than members' foibles on the day, it should work well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or amends that anybody wishes to make? In that case, so we're asked members note and comment on the conclusions, which I think we've done. Note progress on delivery. There've been some commentary around that since the September 2020 highways. Approved programme and cost for the full business case and the detailed design. And I'm not hearing any objections. So can I take that by affirmation, everybody? Agreed. All right. Thank you very much, members. So members, coming back to the agenda then, item 5 is, I've described quite an innovative paper and a process which is to try and integrate more closely the work that we are doing and the combined authority, and also welcome Peter Blake, who's joining us this morning. Welcome, Peter. And so I think David is going to take us through this. Now we have a lot of questions. We have 8 questions. So once David has presented the paper, we'll give the opportunity. I think approximately half the speakers are present here today, and obviously we would welcome them. So first of all, over to David.
Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. So indeed, this paper is about removing duplication, adding focus, and ensuring that the work that the county does with the Greater Cambridge Partnership best delivers on the strategic vision. When we originally undertook the city deal, which is essentially an infrastructure package to help people travel sustainably into Cambridge, the heart of that proposal was to improve the city itself in terms of making it more sustainable, easier to move around by sustainable modes. So what this paper seeks to do is to better share the work with the Greater Cambridge Partnership, to hand over aspects of that work for the Greater Cambridge Partnership to lead on, and to ensure that various work streams are not viewed in isolation, but are viewed as part of that wider city access proposal. The city access work, following a decision by the GCP Executive Board, is currently out for consultation about that work, and details of that will be developed over the course of next year. So to take you through the items that we are seeking a change on. First of all, there is a separate paper on the tranche 1 of the experimental traffic regulation orders. Brian Stinton will update on that. But in terms of tranche 2 of the experimental traffic regulation orders, the proposal is that those within the Greater Cambridge geography are effectively funded by the Greater Cambridge Partnership, who would need to consider how those schemes fit within that city access, and whether how they best complement, and whether they are required as part of that city centre strategy. The second proposal is that following the decision in July regarding Mill Road, and the need to ensure that the follow-up to that is inclusive, all-encompassing, is that the GCP leads a follow-up consultation, and that consultation isn't taken in isolation, but is carried out as part of that wider review, as part of the wider city access work. The next item relates to residence parking schemes. Residence parking schemes as a measure have been paused following a decision by the previous administration. However, as part of the city access work, the GCP is developing an integrated parking strategy, recognising that parking is obviously a key driver of demand and key to our road space. What the paper seeks is that effectively the GCP picks up residence parking, and that is developed and considered in parallel to the work on the integrated parking strategy. And the final focus of the paper relates to the Transport and Works Act order for the Cambridge South East Transport Scheme. The TWA, Transport and Works Act order, is the process by which powers would be sought from central government to build and operate the transport infrastructure. A paper will be brought to full council about how the GCP intends to promote that TWA, but it would be on the basis of a partnership approach with the County Council. Happy to take any questions on the paper.
Thank you. So maybe we pose the questions to David and then invite our outside speakers to come through. Councillor Milnes, you got questions for David?
Thank you. Yes, I have. So reading through this paper really highlighted this strange symbiosis we have in local government in the area, where we've got all these separate bodies responsible for discrete parts of transport planning particularly. So we've got a combined authority with its local transport plan, we've got the GCP with its city access in and out of Greater Cambridge into the city, and so on. And we refer to GCP as if it's some separate thing, but actually we're part of the GCP. And one of the things that I've found since becoming a councillor locally is that we are very keen on delegating powers
away to other bodies of which we are part, but we don't have a distinct scrutiny operation over those things that we then delegate. And one of the things I would like to ask us to consider is how we can do that. So if we delegate powers on the residence parking scheme that, as has been suggested, how do we monitor that? How do we look at that in relation to the integrated parking scheme? Because I don't understand when we chose to defer the residence parking scheme under the previous administration that you referred to, David, was that the reason it was deferred was that there are complications arising out of that. And I don't see terms of reference for the delegation of that parking scheme given to the GCP. So I don't know where they're going with it. So as a member of this committee, you're asking us to delegate permission, but it's not clear on what basis the determination of the schemes are going to take place. So I'm concerned about that ability to scrutinise and actually the possibility of rejecting a scheme, particularly. So perhaps you could give some thought to that. The Mill Road experimental traffic regulation order was taken in some haste. When we considered it at the previous meeting, we had a lot of representation from a lot of rather noisy people. And we took a decision on a borderline decision. But actually it turns out in retrospect that there was some manipulation, let's call it, of the consultation process in that gives a problem for us in that we took a decision based in part on that consultation process, and yet it was clearly skewed one way over another. And since then, we've had a different response from many of the people actually active. Since we've reopened the road, other people that previously were wanting it to be opened have had second thoughts. And I'm just concerned generally that, again, as a committee, that we are on top of this, are now able to scrutinise these decisions and make our contribution to the net result. Thank you.
Yeah, firstly, on the first issue of residence parking, I mean, we are a component part of the Greater Cambridge Partnership. We have a shared objective and we are a voting member as part of the executive board of the GCP. What a lot of the things on this paper seek to do is to avoid duplication on decision making effectively. What this decision means in the first instance is that rather than stopping the work on the residence parking altogether in terms of working up schemes, investigating schemes where they could be helpfully applied to drive a positive impact, we're effectively asking that work now commences with the GCP, working closely with the County Council as always. In terms of the exact detail about what happens in terms of ratifying the decisions down the line, I think that's a discussion I'd need to take with Democratic Services, but the principle we're seeking today is that the GCP effectively takes the work of residence parking and encompasses that within the work in parallel to its integrated parking strategy. Because again, we appreciate that just looking at these schemes in isolation is not appropriate, and it needs to be considered as part of the bigger picture. Mill Road, indeed, a decision has been previously taken. The paper at that time set out some of the challenges that we had with the consultation, but I think that the decision was heard and voted on, and a number of helpful issues were raised about what we would want to consider moving forward for Mill Road in terms of seeking views from all different user groups, and particularly about making sure, again, and sorry to keep coming back to this, that Mill Road isn't just looked at in isolation. So I think this suggestion here is really positive, that the GCP is prepared to do that work, undertake that work. As always, we can learn lessons from previous consultations to make sure that the follow-up consultation is as effective as possible and that the community's voices from all corners can be heard.
Thanks. And maybe Councillor Mills goes without saying, but I should say it anyway, that those inputs from the previous consultation must not and will not be lost. So they will be considered as, in parallel and together with the new consultation. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, thank you. Yeah, you were actually inviting us to ask questions of Mr. Allett, but mine wasn't the question so much as a comment. I wanted to clarify. I think you were saying that you're going to take questions from members of the public before we go actually into debating the thing. So my point I'd happily make when we come to the debate, although having just heard what Councillor Milne said, I'm slightly concerned about some of the adjectives used when referring to the Mill Road, things like, noisy participation. To me, it was a very vocal participation, clearly, but then that's what we're about, so we have to listen to people. So it depends on how you determine what noise is. As far as the manipulation of the consultation is concerned, I've seen something about that. I don't have an opinion on it, although I did think that the County Council did respond positively and explain why there may have been what appeared to be, I think it was like double counting of votes or something, of comments or something, where you've got two members in a family or something, both using the same computer, and therefore it would indicate that it seemed to be coming twice from the same place, but it could have been two different people offering opinion. Anyway, but that's for another day. So other than that, I'll like to save my comment then for if you can look to me for when we start the debate, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, and appreciate you making the point. So these are just points of clarification to David, and then we'll hear from the public questioners, and then we'll move to the debate. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think that Councillor Mills and I must be on a psychic wavelength here, because I was going to ask the same two questions actually of David. The first one is about the democratic accountability. I think that what you outlined, Chair, about the delegating to the GCP, I have no problem with, but I think that it would be very helpful if we could be clear about the democratic accountability aspect. And I think that's isn't in the paper, and it would have been helpful if it had been. And the second, so that's one question. So how are we going to address that? Second question is Mill Road. And personally, I think we made absolutely the right decision, because one of the things the consultation didn't draw out was the impact upon the neighbouring roads. And I think that was a really important missing piece. So my question about Mill Road is, what is the timescale for this consultation? Because people are understandably anxious to see where we go with it. Thank you.
The timescales for the Mill Road consultation that consultation will commence in 2022. It's fair to say that following a decision from the board, if this work is delegated, GCP will get to work in pulling that together, and we appreciate that as early as possible, that we can start to gain views from local community groups, local businesses, the better. But indeed, we need to make sure that this is done thoroughly and properly.
Could just follow that up, Chair. Any idea of the completion date, David?
I think I'd need to see the full consultation programme from the GCP first, but I'm sure that will be made transparent and open.
Maybe a couple of, again, clarifications, Simon, that I hope help. We have said to the GCP, if it's at all possible, we can bring back to these clarifications on exactly the consultation process and the approximate timelines to the December committee with a lot more detail that we don't have today. I hope that would be okay with the GCP, and also would allay both some of the members' fears and also residents' fears.
Thank you, Chair. That's very helpful.
Councillor Dupre.
Thank you. I want to come back to the points made by Councillor Milnes, and I think they are quite valid. Looking at the language of the recommendations, the wording slips around an awful lot. The outcome of the agreeing the key work streams, which I quite like, talks about collaborating. Recommendation A talks about things being delivered on our behalf by the GCP. Then in recommendation B, we are asking the GCP to do something. In recommendation C, we are agreeing that the GCP will do something, which sounds a bit of an overreach. Then in D, we are requesting the GCP to initiate delivery of something. And then in E, we are talking about things having been delegated to the GCP. And all of those words mean very different things. And I'm not sure whether they are meant to mean different things, and whether our relationship with the GCP is different in each of those recommendations. If it is, then that's a whole lot more complex than even I thought. And I would really like to know that we were clear about what our relationship with the GCP is and the respective roles and responsibilities. And I'm not convinced we are. So I would welcome, firstly, an answer from David on the level of clarity that we have about who's in the driving seat in all of this. My second question is about consultation in particular, because some of these schemes, although they are in Cambridge or in the Greater Cambridge area, affect areas that are outside the Greater Cambridge area. Some parts of city access will hugely affect, for example, some residents in the parts of East Cambridgeshire around Bottisham, who will be looking at the Eastern Access proposals with great interest because of the experiences they have with traffic around Quay and those points coming in along the A14 and so on. So if we ask the GCP to consult, will the GCP consult only those people that they are in sense mandated to consult, which is the people in the GCP area, regardless of the fact that the effects may go outside that? And I mean, if we were consulting as a county council on something, we would be consulting presumably with everybody. The GCP's population is narrower, and I'm concerned about wanting to make sure that the people outside the GCP area aren't overlooked in consultations carried out by the GCP area, by the GCP.
Yeah, good questions and good points. And I think the comments on the language, need to get myself an English degree. It's not a considered. Yes, indeed. It's not a. There's lesser reasoning behind it, but perhaps I can explain it more clearly what we're asking. In the case of the ETROs, we are asking the GCP to take forward, if it deems those schemes within its geography appropriate as part of the city access, to take forward and fund and deliver those schemes. In terms of the residents parking, we're asking the GCP to commence work on preparing residents parking proposals. Again, if it feels that those proposals are in keeping with the integrated parking strategy that will be being developed in parallel. As far as the Transports and Works Act order, this recognises that the funding has been allocated to the GCP to deliver a major piece of infrastructure, with powers currently delegated to the GCP to take that forward. But the update that will come to full council in December will look at how the county council, effectively what the role of the county council is in the securing of those powers.
Consultation question?
And the consultation question is, I mean, the city access work, you're quite right to highlight that the impacts of Cambridge City Access will extend beyond the people that live within that geography. So, I mean, to speak on behalf of the GCP, if I may, I don't know how long Peter's legs are, but I would only assume that a good consultation on the city access, and there's one thing GCP does, it's good consultation, will go beyond the boundary of the city geography itself. We recognise that this will affect a much wider area.
Thank you, David. So Councillor Beckett, and again, just clarifications to David, and then because I want to hear from the residents, and then we move to the debate. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you very much. Yes, I do have a lot of comments for the debate on this, but I just had some first quick questions about this, though. I obviously share everyone's concerns about the timeline of Mill Road and the Tranche 2 issues. Obviously, we've been briefing the public previously that the Mill Road consultation would be starting very early next year. We also briefed the public that the Tranche 2 schemes would be being implemented end of this year, beginning of next, following the consultation that's just completed on that one. I obviously have concerns that we don't lose that consultation. There was a lot of work that went on with Tranche 2, with local residents being involved in it. And while it might not have been a perfect consultation, we obviously need to not lose that. My big question, though, is around point C, where it says that the second tranche of the ETROs will be agreed and consider relevant proposals as part of the wider strategy, feeding into the member working group 2.6. Now, when I look at 2.6, that doesn't refer to the member working group. So I think that one might be a slight drafting error in that one as to what that is. And I also just want to clarify very quickly, when we talk about it's very clear in the paper that the outside of Cambridge ones would feed into the member working group, but not so much about the Tranche 2 ones within Cambridge. Can I just clarify whether that is coming to the working group as well? And whether that is the same working group that's considering the external to Cambridge ones and how exactly that's going to work?
Apologies, Ol, it sounds like I need a counting degree as well. I think I was referring to bullet point 2.5. Indeed, for the ETROs county-wide, there is a member working group that will take place in the next month or so to talk through those schemes and their implementation. What we are looking for the GCP is effectively to pick up the Greater Cambridge area schemes and to make the decision on the future of those schemes effectively. I think looking at the network as a whole, the recommendation suggests it would be helpful for the GCP to be involved in the wider discussion and indeed to consider member views as part of that wider discussion. But we would be asking the GCP to take that subset out and consider those as part of the city access.
Sorry, so those would not be considered by the member working group?
No, I think they'd be discussed at the member working group, but the decision about what happens to those schemes in future would not be.
Thank you.
And just to comment, although it's not yet established, I'm getting some pressure from officers to get the member work group established as quickly as possible. And we need to talk right across the room because the schemes are going right across the county. So I think it was Councillor Shayler next.
This one. I have just a very simple point. I think I'll wait until after the public questions, but the point is that Mill Road was experimented on in isolation. It was a very successful experiment, and I don't really see the reasoning for delaying and putting it with the other schemes. Any delay I see as only damaging.
I think I can note the comment that indeed there was a wide range of views expressed as part of Mill Road in terms of some that were very supportive of the benefits, but there were concerns raised by various groups. And I think the benefit of revisiting that, particularly in terms of understanding how those same issues may be applicable to wider areas within the city, is a good thing.
And I take your point, Councillor Shayler. And so one of the things we're under active discussion is what are the quick wins that we can achieve as part of the process. And let's come back to that in the debate, if that's okay. If there are no more clarifications from members, I'd like to invite and welcome. Oh, sorry, Brian, the clarification, right?
Yes, just I wonder whether through you we can ask. We've been talking about this potential democratic deficit in this process of delegation. So I just wonder whether we can ask the officers through you to have some reporting system so that things that are taken under the delegation that we're giving actually automatically come back and are reported if that isn't the system already.
Thanks. It's a good point. I'll just ask Steve to quickly respond.
Yeah, I think that's a really helpful challenge, Councillor. I think we'll take that away. This is new territory to some extent, so We just need to understand the point you've made and how we can respond to it. And I'll pick that up directly with GCP.
Yes, thanks, Brian. Okay, I would like to invite Charlotte, please. Welcome. I'm sorry you've had to sit and listen to our clarifications, Charlotte. I hope they helped a little bit.
My name is Charlotte de Blois, and I live at 57 Mill Road, which is on the Petersfield stretch. Our front door is just 4 meters from the traffic flow, about the same distance as I am from Councillor King. Both my husband and my grandson suffer from health conditions often related to traffic pollution. I am a member of Mill Road for People. My question, can you confirm the standard and breadth of evidence which you will be seeking in this consultation? To elaborate, will the data gathered from the community through door knocking be included? Will traders be interviewed personally and given the opportunity to demonstrate their trading concerns through reference to monthly figures? Will displaced traffic be assessed by electronic monitoring? Will near misses be included using data from community reporting sites? Will the pollution levels be monitored using sensors? Will the growth in local population in specific areas be taken into account? We have the timber works, we have the iron works, we also have Devonshire Road. There are going to be very many more people living on Mill Road very soon. Will the width of pavements along the entire stretch of Mill Road be calculated and factored in? At points, it's less than a metre. Will data from local general practitioners be sought to identify pollution-related illness, street by street? Will there be a realistic assessment of speeding on the road? And of course, will reference be made to data on accidents? Mill Road is one of the most dangerous roads in the country. You mustn't allow it to become more dangerous. To conclude, the Mill Road environment, which is both residential and commercial, is so complex that the depth of the inquiry needed to enable robust evidence-led decision-making is very deep. Thus, it should not be considered in isolation, but it should be considered separately and without delay. Will the GCP officers possibly agree to reintroduce the bus gate in order to be able to accurately assess the displaced traffic? As Councillor King has said, this is, in a way, the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle. We mustn't have a jigsaw puzzle with any missing pieces this time round. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Charlotte. I will, if it's okay with you, because we will give you a written response as well. I'll ask David maybe to comment on just on a couple of areas, and we will give you obviously a much more detailed response.
Yes, thank you for your question, and you've summarised the depth of the issue on Mill Road. When the GCP undertakes this consultation, if the GCP undertakes this consultation on behalf of the county, it will need to consider the full breadth of users along the corridor, and indeed users in the surrounding area. I think your comments are helpful about what may shape the exact detail of their approach in arriving at the conclusion. But if I could give the assurance that this consultation will be holistic.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for coming. I'd like to invite Elizabeth Walter, please, to join us and ask you a question. Thank you.
Hi. So at the last meeting 3 months ago, you promised that we would have a consultation on Mill Road. So far, nothing's happened on that. And frankly, having seen the papers for this meeting, you should know that many people are absolutely horrified at the idea that this is going to be kicked so far into the future. Your papers are saying consultation in 2022 and implementation at the earliest in 2023. So my question really is in 3 parts. First of all, for anybody who's in favour of this proposal, can you explain how this would be in any way reflective of the wishes of residents and traders? We are all desperate to see this resolved. People on every side of the debate want this over and done with. This is what was promised at the last meeting. And to put any action forward to 2023, I think it's just, well, it's just outrageous. And local people are going to be very, very angry about this if you go ahead with this. The second part of my question is, could you please confirm whether the changes in legislation regarding civil enforcement of traffic restrictions do have the potential to overcome the blue badge access issue, because that was given an awful lot of weight when you made the decision to remove the bus gate, which I might remind you was against the results of the consultation, but that was given a lot of weight. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't want disabled people to have access to Mill Road. So could you let us know whether those changes in legislation can overcome that problem, please? And finally, could you give us some assurances that whatever happens in the meantime, you're going to be taking really urgent measures to tackle some of the really pressing problems that we have on Mill Road at the moment, particularly on the bridge, where dangerous overtaking is not infrequent, it's the norm at the moment. This needs to be dealt with. There's been a huge increase in pavement parking and there's a lot of dangerous speeding. So whatever happens with the consultation, can you please do something about those very dangerous issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So as last time, I just invite David for any brief points, and then I will also try and address a couple as well.
Thank you. So at this stage, it's envisaged that the full implementation of permanent measures associated with this consultation take place in 2023 in line with the city access timescales, but quick wins will very much be a consideration as part of the work. As for the powers, government is consulting us on taking new powers to enforce moving traffic offences. And we do consider that such powers do present opportunities to the area that would aid us in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, thanks, Elizabeth. I think David and I are on the same wavelength. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Roxanne, please, Roxanne DeBow.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Roxanne. I'm from Cambridge Cycling Campaign. Nice new venue. Okay, so CamCycle welcomes the proposals for increased collaborative working between the County Council and Greater Cambridge Partnership. We have long called for a holistic approach to transport, and we support the proposal to consider both parking strategies and the measures within the government's Active Travel Fund, including Mill Road, within the wider city access project. It's important to emphasise that, as noted in point 1.7, this project is not just about improving transport choice for those travelling into or within the city, but also out of Cambridge and between the surrounding villages. We urgently need to improve both active and public transport links to and from rural communities for people of all ages and backgrounds. And I can certainly say that because I travelled from Mill Road here today by bus and bike. However, we are concerned about the timescales of the different parts of this project. It is important to build on existing community support for walking and cycling and to maximise the funding available for active travel schemes from central government. And this funding could be at risk. The proposal to immediately recommence work on developing and delivering residents' parking schemes in parallel is welcomed, but we urge the county and the GCP to adopt a similar approach to the Active Travel Fund programme. As a local Mill Road resident, I just want to emphasise that the traffic is back. The pavement parking is back. The dangerous driving is back. It's an area that I now feel very scared to cycle on, and I'm a very confident cyclist. I cannot highlight the urgency that we now have with the #1 collision spot, or one of the top 10 collision spots in the county. We must take action. And I'm very emotional because we've had a horrendous month of cycling deaths and injuries in Cambridgeshire. So I'd like to ask, is it correct that under the current proposals, the second Mill Road consultation would not take place until June 2022, with no improvements due to be made until the following year? When could the results of the recent consultation on phase 2 schemes for the Active Travel Fund be made public? Local communities are keen to see progress on schemes in their areas. We note that a county member workshop is scheduled for non-Greater Cambridge ETROs in the coming months, but what about other schemes, in addition to those proposed for St Neots and St Ives? Many more experimental schemes could be trialled across the county to improve active travel links in areas which are currently poorly served. Integration with the county's local cycling and walking infrastructure plan is important, as well as with the GCP's City Access project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roxanne. Similarly, if David has any points, and I can comment also.
Thanks, Councillor. We've touched on the timescales and the quick win element of it. There are some 53 ETRO schemes that will be considered and are being considered at the upcoming member workshop, which we hope will take place this month, after which we intend to report on the outcome of that decision, and those schemes span a wide geography across the county. And indeed, I echo the importance of active travel and safe cycling.
And Roxanne, from my point of view, and trying to give assurance both to members and to residents, and I don't want to put unfairly the GCP under the spotlight, but certainly in December, we would hope that at this committee, we would get very much an outline anyway of how a consultation and measures and timelines, including those quick wins, in a very general sense, we could bring back in December, because it needs to be an integrated strategy. We need to give GCP a little bit of room to work on that, because the overall result and the full integration of the city access is really the prize. Councillor Shaler, go ahead.
I'd like a little clarification. We've heard quick win several times. I wonder if you could flesh that out. What does a quick win look like?
Yeah, it's difficult to answer exactly what it looks like in terms of describing infrastructure and form, but I think it's the consultation will focus on the implementation of permanent measures, which will take time to consider. I think what the point to get across is, in parallel to that consultation, we will consider what can be implemented quickly that can deliver benefits, and I think that's as much as I could say about that at this point. It's recognizing that 2023 is not the definitive date by which you might start to see improvements on Mill Road.
I'm not sure I can help you, Neil, apart from the intention is to see what we can do during that process, because I want to be fair to GCP as well, yeah, and giving them time to work through it. And Roxanne, of course, we will give you a more detailed answer in writing after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
We have a written question, I think, which Dan is going to read out from Mr. Vincent Poole.
Thank you, Chair. The question's as follows. Section 2.4, page 53, considers a second tranche of some 50 plus county-wide active travel schemes, but says that a number of these schemes sit on the strategic road network. Could a list of the roads on the strategic road network be published? And will the committee also agree that in the case of Arby Road East, which is very narrow, dangerous, and does not have B road designation, it should not be considered a strategic road for motorised city access in the future? Arby Road should be a strategic road for active travel instead, as it already carries high cycle volumes despite its perils. Wider roads with better infrastructure and protection for cyclists and pedestrians exist, and these would be more appropriate choices as strategic access roads for motorised transport in North Cambridge.
Thank you. There's currently no formal definition of roads forming the strategic road network outside the National Road Classification System. In the context of managing traffic within the city, strategic routes considered as those that are used by significant volumes of through traffic, where measures to control their use will have significant knock-on impacts. The review of the road network hierarchy aims to address this. The review of that road network hierarchy that the GCP is being asked to lead on will consider the future role and function of individual roads and streets, including Arbury Road, with a view to creating a new network where more road space is allocated to active travel and public transport trips.
Thank you. Councillor Bird, did you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you. I just wonder if you could let me know how the consultation went, when we'll have the results of the Arbury Road. I know Arbury Road is a very busy road. It got even busier because of Histon Road being closed. And my concern is because we've got Milton Road going to be started as well. So will Arbury Road be done first or Milton Road? So there's two questions there, David, sorry.
So in terms of the feedback of the consultation, the members working group is a good place to dive into that, to find out the views that have been brought forward as part of it. In terms of the programme suitability of the schemes, we, as per the recommendation of the paper, would be asking the Greater Cambridge Partnership to consider that in the round.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Jerry. And that member working group is, as I said, we want to establish as quickly as we can. Councillor Alex has a question, I think.
Sorry, just a quick clarification on again. When I asked the question earlier, you said the member working group wasn't considering the city measures, of which Arbury Road is.
Sorry, it would see the measures but not take a decision on the resulting action.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Apologies.
Chairman, can I?
And that just a clarification, Councillor. So we would comment also on those. Alex, was my understanding. Go ahead, Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, I just want to raise on point of order. I understood from the agenda we're now in, and what you said earlier, we're now in the public question time, and unless you've changed the system, it's normal practice that members, if they want to ask a question of the member of the public for clarification, and it's usually for clarification, but the opportunity for members to ask officers questions should come later in the debate. And I don't want to be pedantic about that, but that's normal practice. So I'm getting confused because I've got some questions, but I want to give the members of the public the opportunity and for us to ask them. So that's been standard practice. I hope we could stick to that. I appreciate we've got a lot of new members who are not used to that procedure, but can you confirm that is your procedure and your intention?
Yes, and thanks for, in terms of the protocol, reminding us. I just wanted to make sure that as the public are here, and if there are member questions, just questions of clarification rather than debate, we do that. I'll try and stay that side of the line. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We have a question from Linda Worth, not attending, but Dan will read, and I suspect this has something to do with equestrians.
Thank you, Chair. The impact of these schemes on the safety of equestrians must be factored into the proposals. The highway space allocated for equestrians must be identified. The current projects are all very urban areas, but it's highly possible that at least some of the 50 plus other projects will include semi-urban and rural areas, which will affect equestrians. Horses are entitled to use the whole of the highway network, therefore they should be taken into account for all locations. The restrictive blue cycle only or shared cycle pedestrian signed lanes are dangerous for horse riders, forcing them into the traffic flow from the safety of the pavement edge, allowing fast moving cycle traffic on their inside, as well as vehicles on their outside. There is a three-way signed pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders, which could be used, but it would require policy change to accept that equestrians have the right to use these safe paths, along with other vulnerable road users. Please will the committee undertake that identification of road space allocation for equestrians will be required in all these projects. It's not just for the safety of equestrians, but all road users. Will the committee also undertake to consider the use of three-way sign or alternative as a simple means of equal safe provision for all vulnerable road users?
Thank you. And I know we have two of our non-motorised user member reps, which is Councillor Shayler and Councillor Mandy Smith. If you don't mind, if I take those under the business planning, because we've got 3 questions there from equestrians, if that's okay with both of you. I'd like to welcome Katie Hawkes, who wants to ask us a question about city access. Katie.
I was back to Mill Road. I'm Katie Hawkes. I live right next to Mill Road Bridge, and this is a question on behalf of Mill Road for People, which over the last few months that we founded it has now got over 600 members, both residents and traders. When this committee decided to remove the restrictions on Mill Road Bridge at their meeting 3 months ago, they promised that they would undertake full review and consultation. We're disappointed that no substantive progress has been made over the last 3 months, and we've received no response to our priorities for consultation paper, which we sent to both officers and councillors asking for their comments in early September. We have no objection in principle to the Greater Cambridge Partnership taking over the consultation, but we do have major concerns with timing. We feel that 2023 is not good enough. We also feel that, and I think Charlotte in her question said this earlier, we feel that although Mill Road shouldn't be considered in isolation, it is separate and it does have certain unique features which mean that it could be expedited or fast-tracked, and it should perhaps be considered first. We also feel that the decision to reopen the bridge, to remove the bridge restrictions on the grounds that it can, on the grounds of disability, for example, can no longer be justified. The concern about access for disabled drivers can now be resolved with statutory powers that will be available to grant exemptions from modal filter restrictions to additional classes of motor vehicle. From the County Council point of view, there is no reason not to reinstate the bus gate. It's as easily reinstated as not, but for us residents and customers, it's a matter of daily safety. We are asking the committee, first of all, to arrange for the GCP to schedule an earlier consultation and implementation of a Mill Road scheme, which can run in parallel, but perhaps before other city access work. And secondly, to confirm that the council have applied for the necessary powers to enforce moving traffic violations and restore the modal filter on Mill Road Bridge with exemptions for blue badge holders at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any clarifications? And also I'll try and partly respond to Katie.
I mean, Peter's here from the GCP and he's heard from myself and other questions about the concerns about timescales. So note those. In terms of the moving traffic offence powers, we have expressed an interest to DFT, which is the first stage that they've asked us to do. And what we're now doing is looking at how those could be implemented and applied locally, and there would be a consultation on that work, again, as part of the process that DFT would require the County Council to go through with a view to taking on such powers.
Thanks, David. And the good news, Katie, is that everybody who needs to hear what you're saying is here, including Peter from the GCP. So we take it on board and we will come back to you both in writing and also as outcome from the committee. Okay, believe we don't have Dan, but we have a question from Andrew Kennedy. Andrew, is Andrew with us?
Hi, my name's Andrew Kennedy. I'm a resident of Romsey in Cambridge. I live a few hundred metres away from Mill Road, and I'm here to ask a question about the Mill Road scheme as envisaged and its implementation, both the consultation that will precede the implementation and the implementation itself, and about ownership of the results of that consultation and the results of the implementation. I think one of the councillors on my right touched on this earlier. There seems to be a lack of clarity in the language used around some of this work being handed over to the GCP to be carried out, some of it being managed by the GCP, various different words. But my question is simply this. Who is going to be responsible for ensuring the quality of both the consultation and the implementation of a scheme on Mill Road? Will it be this committee, or will it be the GCP, or will there be some other arrangement? Because in my experience, if that's not clear, then there's effectively no accountability.
Thank you. Just switch your microphone off. I'll let David give a quick comment, and then I'll try and comment also.
I mean, in terms of the quality of the work, I assure you that officers at the County Council and at the Greater Cambridge Partnership are motivated to ensure that this consultation exercise is as broad and allows us to fully understand what the best solution looks like. And the county will be supporting the GCP on that as required. As far what we're effectively asking is that the GCP funds and implements that work early next year. And as for whether or not the conclusions of that come back to this committee, maybe, Councillor, if you could comment.
I think inevitably the conclusions, the results will come back, Andrew. And also, so I'm a member, a substitute member on the GCP board, and we have members in the room who are on the Transport Working Group. So we are, as Councillor Milnes pointed out earlier on, would like it or not, we're completely intertwined. I hope that partly answers your question, but we will write to you with a more detailed answer. Thank you. And our final question on City Access is from Afzal, if he's with us. Okay, that's fine. Okay, members, thanks for your patience. I'd now like to move the debate on the recommendations. I think everybody's aware, you know, we're in slightly new territory here because this is solidifying the working relationship with the GCP. And therefore it's somewhat of a new area for us. The recommendations, I'll recap the recommendations in a second, but let's move to the debate. So Councillor Maguire, then I've got Councillor Dew, and I'll look out for others.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, there's two things. First of all, I should give you notice, I'd like to propose an amendment to the recommendations. I'll leave it to you to say whether I think, I'll give you notice of that amendment, whether you want to take the amendment now, but I'll come back to it later otherwise. But I just want to say that in general, I welcome this paper. Although I'm not a resident, I don't represent the city. It is obviously an important urban area within the Cambridgeshire County, and as has already been indicated by others, it affects a lot of people who travel into and out of Cambridge City. So this isn't just about Cambridge City residents, obviously. Although I'm not fully up to date with the workings of the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership, I was certainly involved many years ago with the city deal and how the GCP came into being and the funding that arises from it. And it just makes sense to me that in looking at any schemes within this city and the greater city area, that rather than do it piecemeal, the things should be done holistically, and obviously the city access scheme gives the opportunity to do that. Having said that, as I say, I welcome the idea that the GCP undertakes this, but I do share some of the concerns already expressed by others about the degree to which we're able to scrutinise the GCP, however that's done, and I think that is an important element of it. But I'm also satisfied that we have representation. You've just mentioned some of the representation within the GCP, so I hope that's able to satisfy all members that there will be a degree of scrutiny from within, and the interests of the County Council, as far as the GPC, are properly represented. But I do have one other concern, and that is why I'm coming to propose an amendment, Chairman, is that, or I should say, if I may, just to stretch slightly, there are other comments I want to make, but I think we can pick them up when we look at tranche 1 later on item 8, and I'd like to make some comment there. But notwithstanding all that, we've heard from members of the public, and it's always not surprisingly linked to the Mill Road decision that was made back in July. I am equally concerned about any delay in reviewing, because that is what we said we would do when we made a decision with regard to the closure of Mill Road. And I fully support those who are arguing for that the Mill Road consultation takes place as quickly as possible. So therefore, Chairman, if I can come on to the amendment, what I propose is that an amendment to item B on the recommendations, which simply adds additional words to it, which is to, if I can just read the whole thing out, to agree to further consultation on Mill Road ETRO and ask GCP to carry it out within the context of the city access proposals and to expedite this consultation. I'm leaving it as loose as that. I'm not putting a date and time, but to expedite that and to treat it as a matter of urgency, because I believe we owe it to the whole of the city, but specifically to those who are directly affected by the Mill Road, to get this underway as quickly as possible. So I would be asking the new director and to look carefully at this and see whether or not in consultation with GCP that they can bring this forward as quickly as possible and hopefully arrive at the right conclusion for those directly affected. So Chairman, that's my proposal, which I'd like to put on the table now. I do have a seconder for that one.
Go ahead. You to second that, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to second that, and I want to speak separately when I can as well, please. So unless you want me to do that now.
Yes, please.
Would help greatly if I left the microphone on, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, I'm quite happy to second that proposal. I think from the comments that have been made, regardless of what the outcome of that is, I think people need a degree of certainty. The sooner they get that, the better. So I'm quite happy to support that. Generally, though, with regard to the paper that's been brought forward, I think it's a brave attempt to try and do the right thing. I think actually cutting out duplication will lead to hopefully better and swifter decision making. And whilst I accept the fact that our role in scrutinising that is hugely important, I don't think that that should get in the way of actually progressing with the options that are there. We have a vehicle that works, in my mind, would work well for that in terms of the Greater Cambridgeshire partnership there. Cambridgeshire, Greater Cambridge, sorry, I'm making names up now as I'm going along. So I think it works well. I mean, the problem in and around Cambridge, as we all know, is that if you live in Cambridge, you're fine about it, but the rest of us think Cambridge is this great conglomerate, and actually a lot of what I think of as Cambridge, you then learn is actually South Cams and whatever. So it makes complete sense to have them and the other partners working on that sort of Greater Cambridge area. And I think it's a good project to take forward, and I see no reason why we shouldn't push it forward and ask the CPA to have a look at it and see what they can bring forward as soon as possible. I think it's the right way to do it. I think as long as we get to scrutinise what's going on in the background, we don't need to micromanage it. But I think it picks up on what the suggestions made by colleagues opposite. I think it's a good way. So I'm quite happy to support it, and I'll leave it there before I waffle even more. Thank you.
Oh, it's never waffle in this room. The amendment's been proposed and seconded, so I would like, well, obviously to hear from any members, but I'd particularly like to hear from the Cambridge City members, Councillor Shaler, Councillor Beckett, Councillor Bird, and their feeling on this amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Shaler.
Yes, I very much support the amendment. I think the tenor of the speakers that we've heard so far is about expediting it, getting it done. And I don't see any any way that delaying it is going to help anyone. So yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Beckett.
I agree. I'm glad that we're all in agreement fronts. Yes, no, I think we need to expedite this. I would also not add it as an amendment, but I think we need to expedite this entire process for all of these measures across all of it. There has been so much debate and division about all of this that I think we owe it to the people of Cambridge to sort this out as soon as possible and to be able to get back to the other business at the Highways Committee.
Thank you. And Councillor Bird, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. We did say 3 months ago in the July meeting that we'd get the consultation done as soon as possible. And that's what I want to see. I want to see a good consultation, but done as soon as possible. And also looking at the bus gate for disabled people to be able to use the bridge as well, and taxis. So that's my big concern. So please, let's get the consultation done.
I think what I'm hearing, members in the room, is acceptance of Councillor Maguire's amendment. I think it's very sensible and I think it's fair to residents. So can I accept that by affirmation? And if I accept that by affirmation, then can I also therefore ask that we then approve the recommendations A to E with that amendment? You, Councillor Shelley?
I think we're agreed.
I think we're agreed. Agreeing on all the recommendations with the amendment incorporated into it.
Have we finished speakers, Chairman?
Please, Councillor Sharp, go ahead. Councillor King.
Thank you. I didn't speak in the questions because it wasn't really a question. I've got a few comments. I spoke on the consultation with the Greater Cambridge Partnership about Newmarket Road back on the 20th of October, and then expressed, because Councillor Dupre has mentioned it, I represent Bottisham, and a lot of my residents are concerned about the impact of some of the Greater Cambridge Partnership's proposals, because we've got very little, we've got no say in terms of what is happening, and that is a great concern. And I did express then that I think any consultation on what happens on Newmarket Road needs to take into effect, needs to consider the knock-on effect maybe to Cherry Hinton Road, to Mill Road, because if we put more bus lanes along Mill Road, and I know the Barnwell Road roundabout and Elizabeth Way roundabout, if we do work on those, which is, you know, right, I'm not against that work. We just need to consider all of these ramifications. So whilst I'm not against expediting this, I think we need to. It needs to, and officers may say, "Oh, it's a big consultation," but I think we need to. The Eastern Access, we need to look at it. They're all not. They've all got a knock-on effect. If we look at one road without the other. And taking Councillor Milne's point, I totally agree. That was what I was going to say about. Again, my residents feel a bit democratically without, or whatever the right word is, because they've got no real say in what's happening apart from myself and my fellow Liberal Democrat district councillors for the same ward. We're all on the same boat where we're trying to lobby as much as we can. So that's my only concern with the paper, is getting those resolved.
Thank you. Yeah, I think those are good questions. I think I'd like to ask Steve to comment briefly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the point's been made very clearly, and it was made a little bit earlier. David Allen mentioned about the closeness of working between ourselves and the GCP. That will certainly happen, and those points will be made. But when I think the same point about consultation beyond the GCP area was mentioned, I know Peter Blake was nodding. I think there's an acceptance and a recognition that the interest goes far beyond the Greater Cambridge area. So I would certainly make sure in my working with Peter and colleagues at GCP that those concerns are addressed, and I'm pretty sure they would be anyway, but we'll certainly take those on board.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to propose an addition to recommendation C, please. And this is based on what Daniel read out earlier. I've had a long involvement with the Local Access Forum, and there is a substantial concern that as part of the ETRO process, we're taking bridle paths, bridleways, and hard surfacing them, which makes them effectively unsuitable for horses, but suitable for cyclists. So I'm suggesting that we should add to C at the end, including a default position to safeguard bridleways as they are, rather than attempting to convert them into cycleways or combine cycleways and bridleways. And ETROs must identify safe road space for equestrians and other NMUs. So that's just adding it to C, and the default position means that if we don't do this, it has to be justified. So the exception would become hard surfacing of bridleways in future. And I would be most grateful for a seconder for that. Thank you.
Okay, so Neil, are you going to speak to Simon's proposed amendment?
I would like to second it.
Okay, therefore we need to move to Councillor Beckett. Looks as though he's got a question.
Sorry, I was just saying, would you be able to read out again the full part C, just so I can make sure I'm aware of what the amendment is now?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd be very happy to. So this would be added on to the end of recommendation C, including a default position to safeguard bridleways as they are, rather than attempting to convert them into cycleways or combine cycleways and bridleways. And ETROs must identify safe road space for equestrians and other NMUs.
So we're including everything.
My only concern on that is obviously in areas of the city where equestrian doesn't make sense. I just want to make sure that we're not obviously going to be trying to enforce equestrian access where there is no current equestrian desires.
I think, Chair, if I may just come back, I think that's perhaps a reasonable point, and perhaps I can add something along the lines, I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, along the lines of where there is demand for equestrian and other NMU use, perhaps.
I'm going to bring in David at the risk of saying I don't really want to take stuff on the hoof, David, but I completely understand the motivation, and I'm trying to find a way that we could do something sensible.
On the hooves. I think I mean, as a matter of course, when we're looking at a section of the carriageway, we take a view about who is using that carriageway and what the best provision should look like. The ETRO schemes are the result of measures that are aimed at active travel, i.e. about making it as safe as possible for people walking and cycling to initially socially distance and then to continue using that as a mode. And what we need to be cautious of is that we've got the flexibility to put the right provision in the right location, recognizing that we've got elements of the ETROs that are in urban areas on commuter routes, and we've got elements that are rural and lend themselves very well to the equestrian provision. So I'd just advise a bit of caution there from my perspective.
Thanks, David. Likewise, I'm trying to find I'm just wondering, Councillor King, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, or for Councillor Shaler, whether we can take something separate under business planning, because that's the capital programme, which includes the bridleway work, rather than include something here under city access, because I really, as David says, need with officers to take something away and look at it in more detail. But just trying to, I'm looking at Councillor Smith and Councillor King, Councillor Shaler especially, try to identify a form of words under business planning that says we will revisit the programme and the objectives and the priorities in that. I'm just going to take Councillor Dupre and then some others.
Yeah, just to say, I do have enormous sympathy with a lot of what the amendment is trying to achieve, but I think just springing this into this meeting and trying to reword it on the hoof to stop, having to have spaces for horse riders down King's Parade or, Mill Road or whatever, we need to get this right. It's a debate to be had. There is absolutely a debate about making sure that provisions for equestrians are good across the county. There's also a debate to be had about ensuring that we can maximise active travel and have shared use where that's appropriate. I'm not clear what the default position idea would mean in practice, or how one would determine when the default position should be deviated from. And I think there is a conversation to be had, including the access forum, and to come back to a future meeting with some thoughts about how that fits in to our desire to accommodate all non-motorised users, including equestrians, and expand active travel, and how we meet those objectives. And I would much rather not take, I would not want to vote for such an amendment at this time, but I would want to see that on the agenda so that we can have a considered conversation about that in the near future.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Just before I come back to Councillor King, I was going to propose an adjournment for a comfort break shortly, which would allow me to think of adding something under the business planning section. We've got 3 questions from Linda from the equestrian group, and then we would add something under the business planning session that said, consider what should be the default position of the county with regard to bridleways, and we would bring that back to the committee then. That's so therefore I'd have to ask Councillor King for you to withdraw the amendment now and re-put something in the next section.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have no problem with doing that. I think we do need to act very quickly though, because one of the things that has been happening, which has really brought this to the fore, is the hard surfacing of bridleways. And that is really not an acceptable thing to do in terms of pursuing active travel, because horse riding is an important exercise for many people in the country, and their enjoyment and their healthy exercise needs to be protected. So I'm very happy to do that, but I'm anxious that we don't waste too much time on talking about it rather than doing it as following on from our discussion about Mill Road. Thank you.
If members are happy after this, I'll come to Councillor Shayler and Councillor Beckett. Don't want to spend too much time on this, but I don't want to kill it either because it is an important subject. What I think I will do is have a 5-minute adjournment after this. Just think about a form of words in the next section and then discuss that. Councillor Shayler, go ahead, and then Councillor Beckett.
Yeah, I think that what we're asking is something relatively straightforward. In fact, all roadways are default horseways. That's how the law works. But what we're not talking about making them more. What we're talking about is loss of provision, and where changes cause safety issues for equestrian users. I think that is the crux. Of course, we want to improve the greenways. We want to have joined up bridleways, and we should actually be in a phase where we are increasing. But I think those are the main issues that we get.
Thank you, Councillor Beck.
Yes, just to come back on this. If memory serves, at the last highways meeting, we discussed surfaces for bridleways and shared paths. So I'm actually wondering if it makes sense to put all of that together, because I do feel for the equestrians and we do need to be considering what the best paths are with all of these schemes. And I know that obviously at the last meeting that did come up. And I wonder if there's a work stream to combine all of this together to be reconsidering what the correct paths are in the correct areas.
Yeah, that sounds sensible. Are there any further questions or items on our recommendations for agenda item 5? We have an amendment, which I think we have agreed from Councillor Maguire under section B. Councillor Shaler.
Yeah, I do have something that I should say about Mill Road, being the member here that lives on Mill Road, well, not far from Mill Road. And so my constituents wouldn't forgive me if I didn't. So I only learned about the 2023 date last night, and previously I'd been assured that if the GCP takes on the consultation, it would begin in January next year and would be over by March. And so I'm worried that this has changed. The previous administration had the courage to install the experimental measures on Mill Road, and they had to be done in haste and therefore not necessarily ideal, but the experiment was a resounding success. And I think we have a model to build on. Mill Road is different. It is actually a part of the city that has some other features, thousands of people shopping, exposed, that sort of thing, that it does not share with other places. And we of the Mill Road community have, I think, been patient. We were promised a consultation, but nothing happened. And we have waited and we have suffered. I do not want to pass this on to the GCP if it means that it will be part of a city access deal that will then push it into the long grass for the next 2 years. I think that we as a committee actually have quite a lot of agreement that we would like to get this done. We have more motivation now to do what we wanted to do in July. We now know the funding implications of delay. We now know that we can more easily facilitate disabled driver access across the bus gate. And we now know there was even more support for the bus gate than we were told previously. And since then, in the Mill Road community, we have worked hard to bring people together, especially Mill Road for People, CamCycle, and the Mill Road Traders Association. So I think to delay would be to betray our democratic mandate. And I find it difficult to imagine continuing as a representative of my division with this weeping sore. I see it as a stain on democracy, and it makes a mockery of our manifesto and this committee's commitment to active travel and combating climate change. So I think what we need is the GCP to tell us that they can expedite this consultation and get Mill Road done.
I don't know if Peter, a little bit unusual, but as Peter is here and he really is the expert, then it'd be great to hear from him.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee. Thank you for the brief invitation. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Peter Blake. I'm the Transport Director at Greater Cambridge Partnership. And just building on the councillor's comments, we would be happy to accept the challenge that you lay down about expediting this. I clearly don't have a time frame on me, but the chair mentioned previously that you would be happy to receive a time frame from us at a future meeting, and we will undertake to do that, as well as expediting this as soon as we reasonably can, if that's helpful, Chair.
It is helpful. And Neil, as I mentioned before, if you want us to minute that, we will bring back that outline timeline, and in general terms, the quick wins at the December committee meeting. I fully understand that your concerns, and you need to answer those concerns from residents and from the public questioners that we've heard. Councillor Beckett, it was waving at me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot in this paper, and it's a really good and interesting piece. Just to start at the beginning though, so firstly, point A is about the current ETROs. I know we're coming back to these later on, but I just want to start by highlighting just how well received these have been and the transformational effect that they have had. Obviously, recently, we had the tragic death of Anna Garrett Quinton at Addenbrooke's, And I think it is vital going forwards that we do provide safe cycle spaces. So when we talk about Nightingale Avenue, we talk about Mill Road, we talk about all of these other roads. I think this work is really vital, and we need to expedite it, as mentioned earlier, as much as possible. One thing I would say, when we came to Mill Road, I believe when we had the discussions at committee, a lot of what we were talking about with this consultation was actually around consulting on disabled access, about consulting on traders' concerns. It wasn't necessarily consulting on the future of the scheme, it was more consulting on how we mitigate the scheme. And what I would like to see us do is think about terms of reference for this consultation, because I think what is important here is that we look at the concerns that traders have raised, we look at the concerns that Mill Road for People have raised, we look at the concerns CamCycle have raised, and we look at the concerns that disabled have raised, and that this consultation captures those. I think overall, there is large support for the closure of Mill Road. And what we actually need to do is establish how we can mitigate some of the effects of that. And I believe that's what the consultation should be about with regards to Mill Road, not reopening the debate on whether it needs to be there or not, but more how we deal with the concerns that people had on that. And I think Mill Road for People have had quite a lot of suggestions on what we can do there. So I would like to pick those up as part of the consultation. Coming on to the next point, the second batch of ETROs, we also have to be very careful of the timeline on this one. We've just finished a consultation here. I know personally, I've known people go door to door on this consultation, asking people to fill it in. So we need to make sure that we don't lose that work when it comes to the GCP. And while it might not have been a perfect consultation, I think we do need to make sure that people's voices are heard, even if we're doing this again. I think there is a worry of consultation fatigue going on, and that if we come and reconsult on these issues again when people have only just filled in a consultation to these issues, that people are going to believe that all we do here is consult. So I think we need to be very clear in what we are trying to achieve with these reconsultations, and to make sure that it is in line with the consultation results that we've already have. And I look with interest to see what those results are. I would also challenge the GCP to expedite this tranche 2 work as well. It is an area that has much concern, and we've seen Arbery Road obviously bringing this up again and again. I've got lots of emails about that, lots of emails about Cordham's Lane, the whole lot of it. So I think any work we can do to expedite this as part of city access, I think would benefit the whole of Cambridge in speeding this up. This also obviously holds true of the residence parking schemes. There's obviously wide support in large areas for residence parking schemes. So I want to make sure that, again, this isn't pushed into the long grass, and our residents know this isn't being pushed into long grass, but all of this is being done very considered, but in a very expedited fashion. I also do have some concerns around the funding for this, particularly the Mill Road and the tranche 2 issues. I believe what we're doing here is moving the funding from the tranche 2 issues to the external from Cambridge measures. But what I would like to seek is some assurances from the GCP that they will be willing to replace that funding if these schemes go ahead. I know that is pretty much the assumption, but I just want to check with Peter that they will be willing to replace that funding so that we don't lose the valid schemes that we're looking at as part of tranche 2 and that we've already consulted on. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to put Peter on the spot, but if there's anything he wants to volunteer, then.
Just to say, any final decision, as you would all be aware, is above my pay grade. That is for your service and your counterparts of the Greater Cambridge Partnership. Clearly, those issues are under discussion.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Peter, for coming. Nice to meet you. Just a quickie, really. Is it possible to see the consultation paper before it actually goes out, so us members can have a look at it and see if the questions meet what we want for Mill Road or Arbery Road or wherever?
We're happy to share material before it goes out. Yeah.
A very important step. Okay, if I'm sort of conscious of time, but I know this is a very important topic. We have, I think, an agreed amendment under recommendation B. I want to take break after this and try and find a form of words, as Councillor King raised, to go in the business planning section. We have it proposed and seconded on the amendment. I think that was accepted. Do we accept all the recommendations with that amendment? Agreed? All right. Thank you very much. As I said at the beginning of the item, this is a new area for us. Thank you very much, Peter, for coming. Really appreciate it. And can I propose, we're probably hopelessly out behind time, but can I propose a 5 minutes adjournment? Thank you. Okay, hope you're suitably refreshed and relieved. So members would like to now move to item 6, which is the business planning proposals for 22 to 27. Is Sarah going to introduce this, or Steve is going to introduce? Sarah, I think, is going to introduce. We have discussed with Councillor King an additional recommendation of C, which we'll come to in a minute with regard to the discussion in the previous item. But Sarah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm aware of sound issues with you, so please let me know if I'm speaking too loudly or too softly. So I'll introduce sections 1 to 3 of the business planning report. And this is a corporate overview and the introduction, which is used on all the service committee reports. And then I'll hand over to the Executive Director, Steve, to introduce the service specific section. So this is the second time the committee will have the opportunity to discuss the business plan, and it will come back again to the December committee before going to strategy and resources in January and then on to full council in February. So when last year's business plan was approved by the full council in last February, it showed a 22 million budget gap for the year 2, which is 22-23. And in the report to September committee, this has increased to just over 23 million. And since then, new savings which have reduced the gap, and new precious investments which have increased the gap have been identified, and they're detailed in section 3.2 of the report. And then this leaves the council currently with a 19.5 million budget gap. And as stated in section 3.5, intensive work is continuing to identify ways to close this gap, and this will be brought back to the December committees to go through them and the proposals in detail. So that's all I was going to say on the corporate overview, and I'll hand over to Steve now. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To pick up on section 4, which has the matters specific to this committee, I won't go through them in detail, but you can see in 4.4 the priorities that the joint administration is setting out for this committee. Pressures in 4.5 that have been highlighted, some of those you will have been aware of from previous items. Investments and then some areas where we're looking at savings or generating additional income, as Sarah has said, that will be brought back to December committee for the committee to consider at that point. So I don't want to say anything further at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions or commentary and debate on this item, please. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, it's on the recommendations. It's item B. I'm a bit concerned about as endorsing the budget and savings proposal as opposed to considering the budget. And that, my recollection, and I think there are probably other members here, Councillor Dupre may to remind me that at the S&R committee the other day, the chairman actually accepted that same principle. The leader of the council accepted that it should be that we actually we consider the budget because it's early in this stage, because it's part of the process. So with that, Chairman, I'd like to propose that we amend item B to say to consider the budget rather than endorse it at this stage. Hopefully other members will agree. That was certainly agreed at S&R.
Yes, I was also at S&R and recall that. Councillor Dupre.
Yes, indeed, and I would be happy to support that amendment. That brings us today in line with other debates in other committees. Just generally on the report, if I may, I think there's some really good material in here. I'm delighted that the priorities in 4.4, and particularly the very active work on gully clearance, on drainage, on putting right a long-term situation of neglect and decline in that area. So that's really good news. The management restructure, I fully support, and shaping an organisation that will be fit for purpose. The investments are good, and I look forward to hearing more information about the detail of how we're going to manage those those matters. But I wanted just particularly and finally to say how much I welcome the reference in the table at 4.8 to better use of data and digital. The word I have heard used about the way in which the Highways Department has operated historically is antiquated. And I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I was very pleased indeed that the department tried out in a very small way using WhatsApp to try to get various parts of the operation updating each other about the road resurfacing works, which meant that they were able to provide much more up-to-date data about how that very weather-dependent work was going and where they were working, both among themselves and their contractors and subcontractors, but also with the front desk and the reception at the county council, so that members of the public could be given that information as well. That's just a very small example of how we can really shape up and improve the information we have, and the information we give to the public, and how we manage ourselves. And I really think that there is a whole lot of stuff we can be doing around data and digital to improve the way the county council's highways function operates. And I very greatly support that and look forward to seeing some real results coming from it.
Thank you. Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know whether this was an appropriate place, but I see in section 4.7, I think, just give me a second. Yes, 4.7, it references surpluses from the civil parking programme, an additional 200k. But when I was investigating this, the last report I could find for parking services was from the year 18 to 19, and we should now be have available to us 20 to 21 year figures, but I don't see it, and I don't see a process for allocating the surpluses from that, and they are substantial. So in the region of 4.5 million income, 4 million of surplus over the spend, there means that that's a substantial budget, and I don't see anywhere for this committee to have any influence over how that budget is allocated. So I would just leave that as a request, and maybe we could put that on the agenda for next meeting as well, or the one after, depending on how much time we've got. And then just finally, I'd like to echo Councillor Dupre's hopes for use of better technology, or some technology at least. I drove past the Cherry Hinton traffic lights that have been fitted with the artificial intelligence system the other day, which will go a long way to helping map our network use of the road system. And that's the sort of thing that we can usefully add as a real benefit to our communities. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Sarah, do you want to comment at this point?
I was just going to say that we can bring a report back on the civil parking, but there isn't a very surplus because it gets put back into the services. But there's costs and there's the income. But a report can be brought for future committee.
Go ahead, Councillor Milnes and Councillor Bird.
Yes, I mean, there was the document that I referred to was the Parking Services Report 1819. If we could replicate that for us to at least consider, so we can see how that budget is being allocated, that would be very useful. Thank you.
I think Sarah was nodding. Sarah, did you want to comment? No, she was nodding. Okay, Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to see about the review on the 20 miles an hour policy, which I think a lot of residents want all over the county. To me, that's very important to see if we can drop that. The gully clean, again, is another one, because we know there's areas of the county that flood, and they must be kept up to date. And the street lighting review as well. Sometimes some streets are very dark, and I know we've lit them up a bit more. I think the city paying a bit to do this, but still some of the lights are very dim. So I'm glad there's going to be a review on that too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? We do have some public questions as well. Dan, I'm just conscious maybe we should make reference to the public questions, then bring in the other members, if that's okay.
Chair, for the capital programme, which is the next item.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. The first question I have is about the street lighting review. It does mention that reducing winter scouting from twice per month to once, checking if the lights are in light. I'm not quite sure what that means. I'm assuming what that means is that somebody physically goes around and checks the lights. Is that the case?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that, which one for our maintenance colleagues. Sorry.
Guys, we did actually get a briefing on street lighting the other day, and I believe that is indeed the case from that briefing.
Right. First of all, that does seem a somewhat old-fashioned way of doing it. And it would be interesting to see if it's necessary at all, because all of our lights have numbers. And in my experience, members of the public are, very happy and comfortable and used to reporting out of order lights. So I just wondered if that was possibly the source of a further saving, just to eliminate the scouting altogether.
I think it's a really helpful suggestion. I think it chimes with what was being said earlier about technology. We need to think of different ways of doing things. So we'll certainly have a look at that, Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And the other question relates to one of the appendices, which is, it's not an appendix, it's section 3, sorry. Would it be appropriate to ask that question now? Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is our old friend, the guided busway. I see that we're still putting aside money because of legal disputes there. Are we ever going to bring this process to a close?
Hopefully, yes, we will. The provision is in there and the work is ongoing. There's not a great deal more I can say on it at this point, but so I'll not, but it is ongoing.
Chair, the busway was constructed and built a long time ago, and I think it's ridiculous. Well, it's a shame that we haven't resolved this one way or another. I know that there are legal constraints about what can be said, but I really do think that we ought to press on and get this done and actually take it out of the list, because it's an embarrassment. And I think this goes back to something that I have mentioned before about project management. It was not one of our strengths, and the guided busway is perhaps a good example of that. And I just hope that we're not going to repeat these mistakes with future projects such as the Wisbech access study. Thank you.
Thanks. I could make a rude comment about lawyers, but I better not. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't expecting Councillor King to raise the issue of the guided busway. I was involved in it right from the beginning, as you probably appreciate, and it has got a really checkered history. Whether it was down to the County Council's project management or not is another matter we'll have to consider. But just so that members are aware, that clearly we are still I'll put it in dispute with BAMNOTO, who are the contractors. And I think you'll recall, Chairman, I think it was at the Highways Improvement Board where I did ask for an update recognising the confidentiality of the item. And Dom Dominic did say he would come back to me. I haven't yet received that, but if we could do a memory jog on that, it'd be useful for us, but recognising the item is confidential because we are currently still in dispute with the contractors. But as I say, that's all I wanted to say. But the other thing I was going to pick up, was, although we moved on a bit, was this street lighting review, because I've been involved with highways in Cambridgeshire County Council for an awful long time, and I didn't realise that we had scouts going around. And I wondered if it was maybe a city thing, as opposed, because of more lights clearly in the city than are in the rural area. But it is, I'm sure we can take better advantage of that. And if that introduces some sort of saving, don't want to get rid of any of these scouts, whoever they are, but I'm sure it'll be useful to review that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll try and get an update within bounds of confidentiality.
Chairman, could I apologise? There was another item I did want to raise, and I forgot. Councillor Bird mentioned the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. Again, having been involved with introduction in 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in the city in the past. I think it was Victoria Road. Is that right? Got the right road? I think, yeah. I know the difficulties we have in getting those agreed, but for when it comes to the rural areas, in reference to parish councils, I think, you know, there has to be recognition that some parishes are very tiny in relative, you know, terms, and their ability to raise precepts is also very tiny, but yet the same it still have the same pressures on them in terms of traffic. So I would look at that very carefully. Again, you know, I was involved in when we introduced third-party funding as well as the LHI bidding process, where parishes or communities can make a contribution to the overall cost of an approved scheme. We do have this third-party funding ability of for somebody, and in one of my own villages in my own constituency area, they managed to get it through the developers through Section 106 money and introduced it. The point I want to make, though, Chairman, is we know, and this is a difficulty we face, whether it's true in the city as it is in other areas, that we will invariably get objections from the constabulary to 20-mile limit, because we know their difficulty. They don't have they will say they don't have the resources to be trying to enforce 20-mile-an-hour limit. They don't want somebody phone out and saying, oh, somebody's just gone past it 25 miles an hour, and what are you going to do about it? I think they think they've got better things to do. But my attitude has always been, in a particular village I'm thinking about, where we did get it introduced, and say at a cost to the developers, despite the police objections, on the basis that yes, the police may object, but a lot of people will still recognise and obey speed limits. A lot of people don't, we know that, but they're the ones that hopefully get caught, but a lot of people will. So if it is appropriate to have 20-mile-an-hour limits, and obviously our road safety people will take that into consideration as well, I think we have to be very cautious about the objections we might receive, and it shouldn't simply be because the police don't have the resources, because some of them are largely self-enforcing, but others may say that if the police would normally say, unless it is self-enforcing by hard measures, high measures, or whatever they call them, you know, raised measures and all these sort of things, which some of us are not terribly keen on, but that should not, I believe, stop us considering putting in 20-mile-an-hour limits where it is appropriate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And if you could bring back a couple of those comments when we have Sonia and the traffic management. It was Councillor Beckett, then Councillor French.
Yeah, I have comments on 20 miles an hour as well, but I think it's probably best to cover that under agenda item 9, where that comes in. There's, yeah. Where are we on to? Street lighting. Sorry, to bring back to your question, street lighting. I do have some concerns about removing the patrols. We actually had a briefing on street lighting. It's a fascinating subject, actually, about how we do things and where some are controlled by district and some are county, and the whole street lights. It's a massive topic to go into. One thing we need to be aware of, though, is with these patrols, in Queen Edith's particularly, and I think probably a lot of you other councillors will experience this, we have very varied areas in our wards. I have some affluent areas who are very on top of reporting any street lights that are out of light, but I also have some more deprived areas who are less on top of that and less willing to do it. So I have great concerns that if we take away those patrols, it might be the less affluent, more deprived areas that suffer, because they're the ones less willing to actually do the reporting themselves. I know we suffer from that with potholes as well, that if we look at the more affluent areas, they are the ones far more likely to use the reported app, whereas the less affluent areas, they're just not engaged with the process. So if we are to take that away, I think we do need to think about other measures. There is actually, though, an item that I was thinking about on this one, which is I think there is a possibility to use technology to do this, to reduce it. There's a lot we can do with smart sensors. In the smart working group, the GCP recently, they've actually deployed a LoRaWAN across central Cambridge, and I think they're deploying it to the more rural areas as well, which allows us to have very cheap, low-cost sensors that can report back. So I think there is a lot of potential for things that we can do here. I think we really need to be investigating that, but I would be against just taking away the patrols without having some other means to be able to ensure that the less likely to report areas keep their streetlights.
Thank you. I think we've got Councillor French, then Councillor Mills.
Yes, with regard to gully clearing, I hope you continue to do that. As most of you are aware that certainly March was flooded 3 times last year, and so was Mainy. And a lot of the problems are that the gullies hadn't been touched for years. I attended a very heated meeting at Mainy last night where they were flooded, 20 houses were flooded last week. And it was highlighted, officers went out there very quickly, recognised that some of the gullies were, hadn't been done, which they should have been done when we had the floods of December 2020. But again, officers need to be working with Anglia Water, because what came out of the meeting last night was certainly, and without passing blame, was certainly, I would say 90% Anglia Water's problems. So you need to be working with them. The other thing I'd like to highlight is footpaths. I do hope that you don't remove any more money from footpaths. I would welcome the chairman to come to March, just have a look round our footpaths. They're absolutely disgraceful. So please, get some investment and get these footpaths done.
Thank you. Noted. I'm happy to come up and take a look at the paths. Councillor Mills.
Actually, I think this footpath issue continues to be problematic, particularly for our ageing population. So when we've got people in 80s and 90s who are reliant on walking as their primary mode of getting about, or if they're on these mobility scooters, the state of some of our footpaths is quite frankly shocking. And I think we do need to pay a lot of attention to that. I wasn't really going to speak about that, but as Councillor French mentioned it, I'll support her observations. In terms of the gullies, we know that there is a real problem with climate changes upon us. We went to the Great Ouse Washers the other day, and in one day, earlier this year, they had 52 millimetres of rain in a day. That's nearly a month's worth in a day, and that's not unusual. In July, we had rainfall in southern South Cambridgeshire of 20 millimetres in an hour. And of course, the drainage systems, whether they're cleaned or not, cannot cope with that sort of rainfall. And I think I was speaking to Dominic Dominini recently about this, and I think there's a false expectation from the public about how well our drainage systems can operate. And I think there's a reasonable case for resetting expectations of our customers about how much our drainage system can prevent flooding of their own properties. So there is an event coming up at St Ives, I believe, later this month, where we're talking about creating flood mitigation measures, how you can flood-proof your housing from the worst effects. So I recommend that. And just finally, streetlights gives me an opportunity to complain about PFI contracts again, which I've always taken advantage of. And the other thing specific, if we could get our operators to accept that we have streetlights that aren't working, that our street lights and not somebody else's, and I can provide them with photographic evidence of the county council label on the post, but it still takes 3 attempts to convince them to do something about it, that would help.
Noted. Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm going to agree with my colleagues on a couple of items that have just been raised. I think the footpaths do need looking at. A lot of them were good, but over a period of time, especially in the rural areas and obviously in the towns as well, because you have trees there, the tree roots grow out under and you end up you know, all sorts of problems. I was lucky enough to have one of the highways officers walk around one of my villages a couple of weeks ago with me, and we looked at those very things and other issues. And you know, it's something that needs to be monitored, and perhaps it's, you know, as much as anything for us as members on the ground, not just here but within the parish and district councils, to raise those points as well. We need to be the eyes and ears of the highways team, because, you know, with the greatest respect, they can't be everywhere at once. So I think we need to do that, but then we need to have a program in place to actually say where are things at the worst, not, you know, who shouts loudest. Doug's got, you know, makes a lot of noise, so he gets it first, but where are things at the worst and need dealing with? I think also agreeing with Brian on the flooding issues, I think we shouldn't give people false hope that actually if we clean the gullies and the pots out, that will be the end of it. If you remember when we were all a lot younger, I think I can say that, I don't think there's too many people here who are really, really young, you'd go to places like Spain and there'd be these massive ditches about 20 foot wide, 20 foot deep, made of concrete, and there was nothing in there except a, you know, rabbit or something. And you thought, what's this all about? And actually the truth was they had the sort of rain then that we have now. And today there was nothing in it. You then have this absolute torrent, and within an hour it's full up to the top and clearing the water out. And I think, you know, I don't know, strategically it's going to take us a long while to deliver that and get the money to do it. But I don't think we should, you know, I think we should need to manage people's expectations that just cleaning the gullies out, it will solve certain things, but it's not the long-term answer. It's probably projects we need to bring back to other meetings to actually pick on and work forward. And as I say, I think Brian's thoughts on that were bang on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Useful discussion, and some of the things were taken to Highways Improvement Board. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Just wanted to agree with all that. In St Neots, the County Council has done a relatively good job recently of cleaning the gullies, but that's just demonstrated that there's more problems that have been uncovered in the subsurface infrastructure. Part of that's because the system was never fit for purpose for the kind of rainfall we're getting now, but also we have problems like tree roots and lack of maintenance, which means, especially in the rural areas, any rainfall is a cause of concern of residents, and people have to be aware that they have to protect their own property. So I agree with all of that.
Thanks, Councillor Shaler.
Yeah, to go back to the footpaths, and this is about active transport. I worry about overgrowth of hedges and trees and things, and we seem to be a little bit behind. But this is also public right-of-ways, and what I think is a particular concern is as we make more new greenways, we are going to be lumped with the maintenance bill for that. And I wonder if we can have a more proactive approach, and it's quite a clunky method where we send a letter to the homeowner and get a response, and you know, you have to do this again and again and send them the bill, when we could perhaps send a machine around. I don't know.
Okay, noted. Sarah, I'm conscious probably these are more operational issues than which are very important, but are there any things that you wish to comment on? Okay, so if there are no more questions or comments, so we have these two recommendations. Councillor Maguire has proposed this change, which I think is fine. Under B, to consider the budget and saving proposals rather than endorse. It's too early at this stage. And we said that in strategy and resources. And then Steve, will we take under this item or the next item, Councillor King's proposal on paths and bridleways? Okay, so Steve's just going to read out a form of words that we want to add as additional recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So to follow then as recommendation C, the committee is asked to agree that a report is brought to December committee to review the position on surfaces used for shared use rights of way, in particular bridleways.
If you want to propose it, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to propose that. And thank you very much for allowing that to be put forward.
Presumably, Neil, you'd want to second that. So we have on the table now the three recommendations, this one included as C and the change to B. Do we all accept those changes? Agreed? Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks, Simon, for that proposal. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so moving swiftly on, Then item 7 is Service Committee review of the draft capital programme. And so we have received 3 public questions. They are quite long. I suppose, to be fair to the questioners, we probably have to read them. Dan will have to read them quite quickly, but I don't want to miss anything.
Thank you, Chair. So question 1 begins relating to Longstanton Bridleway 10 upgrade. The NMU route is proposed alongside the access roads into Northstowe, so improvements to the bridleway would also facilitate a new circular route using the A14 NMU route, and the new access road NMU routes. The length of the section of the bridleway to be resurfaced is around 750 metres in length and has a width of 3.5 metres. NMU means pedestrians, equestrians and cyclists. A shared route is pedestrians and cyclists only. The removal of the grass surface, hard topping and reduction of the usable width from 6 to 7 metres to 3 metres for 750 metres of the bridleway to facilitate the new NMU circular route has been carried out against the loudly voiced wishes of the horse riders, other soft surface users, pedestrians, runners, dog walkers, and those concerned for the environment. The Southern Access Road West into Northstowe NMU route has been delivered as a shared pedestrian cycle route only. Equestrian amenity has been compromised, while the promised access on the path alongside the Southern Access route to provide a circular route has not been delivered. This is inequitable and inexcusable. Will the committee undertake that the promised NMU access path alongside the route will be delivered and advise when this will happen? Equestrians must also be included on the new path which links the southern end of the new bridge to the Southern Access Road NMU path to provide circular access. Will the committee confirm that it's the intention of all road paths which link communities, the rights of way network, as well as in semi-urban areas, must be available to all vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists and equestrians? Will the committee undertake that this should be included as policy?
Thank you. That's the first question. And the second and third are also from Linda, I believe.
Again, highlighted are cycle routes within the capital programme, and in particular Bar Hills, Northstowe, Girton to Oakington, Busway to Science Park, Boxworth A14, Dry Drayton, and Hilton to Fenstanton, Buckton to Hinchinbrook. Why these community linking safe off-road access projects, Highways England on motorised user routes being delivered as cycle routes and not NMU routes? Item 2 of that 19th of January 2021 report and table 1 clearly state NMU throughout. Why has no consideration taken place with the British Horse Society about these projects when they were clearly good impact positively on safety? Why has the local access forum not been advised of these projects? How will equestrians be included as policy in these projects and any others going forward? In particular, we would like details of the Bar Hill to Northstowe project. Does this impact on Wilson's Road Bridleway Northern section, as it was mentioned in a social media post by a local councillor? If so, we hereby give notice of our objection to changes to the surface of this beautiful grassy rural bridleway. Equestrians are entitled to use the whole of the highway, which includes the verges. The right of equestrians to use the verge can only be extinguished through a legal event. We challenge any project to create a shared cycle pedestrian path using the verge without identification of the legal event being used to expel equestrians from the safety of the verge. There is no requirement under HA80 cycle path creation to exclude equestrians. The final one is this committee proposed an ill-informed, unacceptable announcement. The committee appears to be unaware of the impact of its decisions and what work has been carried out. Reynolds Drove was surfaced without consultation in January 2020 with motorway traffic known for over 20 years to be unsuitable and dangerously slippery. Its damaging concussive properties has over 20 years, has reduced the amenity for runners, walkers, dogs, as well as horses. The proposed work is to reduce the council's potential for liability of a user slipping into the adjacent water-filled ditch, not to upgrade the amenity. The British Horse Society was not consulted about the original work nor the proposed work. We object to both and ask to be consulted before any proposed work is agreed. Wilson's Road bridleway is usable width, safety and amenity has been severely reduced, with exposed wooden shuttering and dangerous stakes alongside the edge of the 3-metre new surface within the bridleway. The promised mitigation was abandoned without consultation with the soft surface users to be negatively impacted. The Cambridgeshire Bridleway network is recognised as fragmented, inadequate and in need of improvement by ROIP. Court of Appeal in the case of Cowan versus Secretary of State for the Department of Environment, Transport and the Regions in 1999 concluded that if the construction of a hard surface changes the character of a way, it goes beyond improvement. Roadification of bridleways is known to negatively impact on the environment and the amenity of all soft service users, particularly the user group access restricted to just the bridleway network. Please will this committee undertake to withdraw these inequitable proposals? Will the committee undertake not to use the bridleway network to create hardtop cycle paths, but protect these much needed green corridors into the countryside?
Thank you very much. And I think, so we will, of course, give some written response, and the previous recommendation will relate to a lot of those questions. I think Alex is standing by, Alex Deans, to speak to us on this paper on item 7. Alex. Sarah, maybe if you're still there, we can see your connection anyway. If you can maybe introduce, and then we'll hopefully link in Alex also.
Okay, thank you. So similar to the last report, I will introduce the corporate sections and then hand over to Steve to introduce the service detail. So every year the council adopts a 10-year rolling capital programme as part of its business plan, and the later years are indicative forecasts and the earlier years then provide their detailed estimates. And so I'm just going to remind committee, as set out in section 3, that all these capital schemes do have revenue impacts, because there's 2 reasons really. That also there's the cost of borrowing, and both the interest payments and repayments of principal, and so that's on the revenue. So although you're looking at the capital programme, the impacts will feed through to the revenue. And then also there will potentially be additional ongoing revenue costs and savings relating to the creation of a scheme. So section 4 sets out the draft capital programme at corporate level, and you'll see in the tables that the draft capital programme for P&E, for place and economy, at this stage is 73.5 million for next financial year. So I'll hand over to Steve to introduce the P&E detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm mindful of time, so I won't go through the detail. I think it's clear in the paper. Let's just invite questions, if that's okay, Chair.
Okay, so let's do by means of questions on this paper, members. Brian looks as though he's fit and ready.
Maybe. Just some clarification really, and an understanding of what went before in terms of the borrowing programme, and really the split between capital and revenue in general, because I believe that the council took on additional borrowing so that we could spend more on capital projects and thereby do long-term remedial work on our network, rather than the revenue costs that go into short-term patching of surfaces, for example. So just like a little commentary on where we are at the moment, how that fits with the government funding, which also has capital and revenue components, and how we feel about whether that borrowing was used usefully, and whether there's any adjustment to that, and whether there's any possibility of considering further borrowing while interest rates are still at all-time lows. Thank you.
Sarah, if I could bring you in first, and then after that, I have a question from Councillor Maguire.
Just to confirm that all the government grants we get for highways maintenance are capital, but we can spend, as you suggest, or using revenue or capital in these areas. And there is a debate as to the respective balance. There's no right or wrong as such, but we have got to, you know, understand the long-term implications of capital spend is that we will have borrowing and repayment over many years. I wasn't going to say anything more, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And Councillor Mills may want to come back. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, it's more a comment again. It's on recommendation B. Again, I would be happy for you to take the action to remove endorse and make it consider. But happy it doesn't need an amendment, just your own actions can do that, Chairman.
That's fine from my perspective. Councillor Mills, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, I'm just a genuine question to the committee about where we would take a decision to give guidance to our officers if we wanted, for example, to shift balance from revenue to capital and do different types of work or increase different types of work, so that instead of a 2-year patch project, we got a 10 to 15-year resurfacing project, which would then, you know, change the balance. And I know that that was part of the thinking, having read documentation from a previous administration when they took out the borrowing. So, genuine question: where would we have an influence over
that? Sarah, would you mind commenting again?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure how I can respond.
Yeah, I mean, if I can come in, I mean, in terms of the capital programs, we would look at the annual program for the year ahead in terms of the works on the network. So this committee would influence that by the approval of the program. If I've understood the question correctly.
We slightly lost you there, Alex, just towards the end. Just say that last couple of sentences again.
Yes, I mean, this committee would get the annual detail of what is proposed on the network in terms of the highways programme, the capital investment. So that's where this committee would influence that. And if I've understood the question correctly, so that would normally come in the new year, that programme for the financial year ahead.
So maybe if I answer my own question, I mean, the Highways Improvement Board may be the route by which we go through that process of consideration and then come back with a recommendation to the committee. Is that a fair?
Ask Steve to comment.
I think that's the route. I mean, it's for the committee to decide on the priorities it wants the Highways and Transport team to deliver. And there will be a balance between capital and revenue in those priorities. And if there is a shift from revenue to capital, that would be a business planning question that would need to be addressed in the business planning process.
And Councillor French wanted to come in, I think.
Thank you. I just want to comment on 5.10 March Future High Street. And if you go down to 5.10.2, I don't know where you got your figures from, but the figure is actually 6.4 million. Then we received another 900,000 from the mayor, which was an underspend on the March Growing Fenland. And then we applied for another 1.1 million. So, you know, we have got nearly £9 million, which is great. A lot of this work is going to be done in Broad Street. Broad Street is an absolutely disgrace. It hasn't been touched in 10 years. We've repeatedly asked for this to be resurfaced. So in actual fact, with the work that we have done in Fenland, and especially in March, we've actually probably saved you a considerable amount of money.
Just to come back, sorry, in terms of the anomaly in the figures there, the figure quoted in the report is for the public realm element of the project. So I know there's some building work in addition to that. So that wasn't covered in these figures that were in the report.
The figure from the government is 6.4 million. I was at a meeting last week, and we know exactly whether it's public realm or public footpath.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or observations? We're asked under item 7, note the overview and context of the programme, comment on the draft proposals. Answering Councillor Maguire's question, it doesn't ask us to endorse, I think, comment, so it should be fine. Or consider. Okay. Okay. I'm fine with that if other members are. Okay, any other comments or questions on this section? Therefore, can I take by affirmation with those slight change in the wording that we note and acknowledge these recommendations? Thank you. Okay, members. So an important, we just move on to item 8, which is active travel. It's the tranche 1 experimental orders. So they're both in Cambridge, but also in Ely and Histon. We do have a number of speakers who want to speak on this. So I think maybe Brian, if we can get you to introduce the report, and then we'll invite our speakers to join us.
Indeed, thank you, Chair. Yes, the report is really seeking the committee to determine objections to orders in 8 locations that were introduced as part of the Emergency Active Travel Fund in 2020. All of the schemes seek to encourage active travel in preference to the use of private motor vehicle travel. There were objections to all of the orders. I'll run briefly through the locations with you and then leave it for questions and public questions. The Ely scheme was the removal of parking on Station Road, which is a busy route that links Ely city centre and beyond to the railway station that lies on the outskirts of the city. It's very, very ripe for cycle use and pedestrian use indeed for people going to and from the station, and performs a good scheme for connectivity of active travel modes and alternative modes of transport to private cars. The parking hindered cycles going down the hill towards the station, and the removal of the parking with an experimental order enabled the installation of a cycle lane. The scheme stands in its own right as it is, but it's also perhaps worth the committee noting that this particular part of the order could contribute to plans that are being developed under tranche 2 for Station Road and the route into the station. So there's a sort of a further consideration there. Bill Hill and Wenders Lane Histon were both proposed as one-way streets as part of tranche 1. Both are arguably unsuitable for heavy use by vehicles, and both routes had convenient alternatives. After a degree of consultation, the Winders Lane proposal was dropped, but Bell Hill was implemented. It made the street one way and provided a greater space for pedestrians and cyclists, along with the opportunity to social distance at the time, which was another objective within the Active Travel Fund. We've had objections to that. The objections to the schemes were based on the sort of level of convenience around the alternative route, and potential safety issues on the alternative route. And I'll just say that accidents are not a particularly common factor, fortunately, on any of those routes. So I think the safety issues, whilst they may be of concern, are not borne out by any evidence. Then there are 6 Cambridge schemes. The County Council worked with the GCP, the Greater Cambridge Partnership, to identify schemes that would fit in with the Greater Cambridge Partnership's agenda to get more people moving around without using their cars. And they were implemented after a level of consultation by GCP. The locations are outlined in paragraph 2.13 of the report. The consultation exercise was fairly extensive on these 6 schemes and were reported to the Joint Assembly of the GCP and the Executive Board.
the recommendation from the executive board was to ask this committee to make those orders permanent at the 6 locations. The point to note here is that, again, sort of refers back to the earlier item in the agenda, where the County Council as highway authority is the order making authority and has the powers to do that. GCP cannot make the orders of their own accord. The objections, sorry, I just should say the type of orders, they all were modal filters or restrictions on through traffic from using route. The objective being to push the through traffic onto the more major road network rather than using unsuitable roads. And in doing that, it's provided a good network for cycling, a good number of routes for improved cycling and walking facilities. And as I say, the board's recommendation, the GCP board's recommendation is that all of those schemes should be made permanent. And I think the only point to make in respect of all of these active travel schemes is that the decision has to be made on the basis of the benefits to active travel weighed up against the level of inconvenience suffered by car users. So I think I'll leave it there, Chair, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. We have a number of questions from the public on this. So I'd like to start and take those now. Some people have not been able to be present, but Dan, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So the first question is from Sir Brian Heap and Mr. Stephen Pratt. We as a group of Fendon Road residents asked that both CCC and GCP why, in the light of the points set out below and what we believe to be a lack of complete, adequate and robust evidence, it would be justifiable and defensible to make the traffic closure on Nightingale Avenue permanent when A, residents in Fendon Road have consistently maintained a complaint for well over 1 year that the temporary closure of Nightingale Avenue has caused increased volumes in vehicular traffic on Fendon Road, which is a danger to cyclists and pedestrians crossing the road. It has also caused increased congestion with time costs to all users and delays to the ambulance as well as other emergency services on this main thoroughfare to Adam Brooks Hospital. B, on the 7th of October 2021, a young female cyclist employed at Adam Brooks Hospital was killed in a collision with a tanker on the Fendon Road A1307 roundabout during the morning rush hour, and such risks are ever present when traffic volumes increase. The volume of traffic has caused an increase in air pollution on Fendon Road, which is a risk to the health and well-being of pedestrians, cyclists and residents. Long queues of stationary or slow-moving traffic now occur regularly, particularly at rush hour. Neither CCC nor GCP have put forward any evidence to the contrary. D, the CCC and or GCP have already considered mitigation measures in respect of safety and the environment. This temporary road closure is causing Queenie this way, whereas Fendon Road, a key feeder road into the hospital, has been ignored. If the temporary closure of Nightingale Avenue is not removed, we submit that CCC and or the GCP should carry out a methodical investigation to properly address these complaints, together with a comprehensive transport cost-benefit analysis, taking account of all costs, including increased journey times, now that the COVID pandemic has abated, and before any decision is made to make the temporary closure of Nightingale Avenue permanent.
Thank you very much, Dan. And we have a question from Catherine Love. Is Catherine present?
I don't believe she is, Chair, so I'll read this one out. This is from Catherine Love. Why not simply put a no right turn sign at the Nightingale junction with Hills Road instead of the modal filter? This would have the desired effect of preventing those using Nightingale as a rat run to Adam Brooks, but would also allow local residents to access the lovely Cambridge countryside without contributing to unnecessary pollution.
Thank you. And then if Roxanne and or Anna are still with us.
Thank you again. We're here all day, as are you. Firstly, I just I have to veer off script slightly for a minute and say a young woman was killed on the Adam Brooks roundabout, and that is why we should be creating more modal filters, more safe cycle routes. I'm just appalled that that was put forward as a reason to remove safe cycling infrastructure. I can't let that go. I will get back to the script now. In June 2020, this committee unanimously approved a county-wide initiative of experimental active travel schemes. Those up for discussion today have already seen impressive results. CamCycle urges members to continue to commit to safe walking and cycling routes and to approve the orders to make permanent the listed ETROs. The GCP Executive Board voted in support of the 6 city schemes with additional funding put forward for necessary improvements identified by the public consultation. As discussed in point 1.3, this is because these schemes support the long-term goal to create a network of safe active travel routes. They also support the government's target of half of urban journeys being walked or cycled by 2030. Key metrics when assessing the trials include the number of people who used these routes as a pedestrian or cyclist, the improvement in actual and perceived safety, which is the main barrier to active travel, a reduction in motor traffic, which may create a route sustainable for all ages and abilities without the need for protected infrastructure. That's also a lot more affordable. The attached monitoring and consultation analysis shows that all 6 schemes were successful, with routes rebalancing transport in favour of walking and cycling. Over 80% of those travelling in Carlisle Road, Silver Street and Luard Road are doing so actively, and daily levels of cycling in Carlisle Road are approaching those on popular routes such as the Riverside Bridge. According to LTN 1/20, the level of motor traffic on Bateman Street now makes it an appropriate route for all types of cyclists, whereas the 4,000 plus vehicle movements before, measured in 2018, created a barrier to many. So CamCycle asks the committee to support the proposal to make these measures permanent, along with the schemes in Histon and Ely. We support the recommendation of county officers and our colleagues at Ely Cycling Campaign for permanent physical protection of the cycle lane on Station Road. And we call for all permanent improvements to be designed in line with LTN 1/20, the government's standards for inclusive cycling infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roxanne. And yes, we were very mindful of the accident that took place at the Adam Brooks roundabout. We have already started the process to look at it again, going back to the original measures that were taken and to what extent they are still sufficient. It's very much on our agenda. Thank you. So now welcome Councillor John Morris from Huntingdonshire District Council. John, welcome.
Good afternoon, members. It's a long day for you all. If I can just introduce myself for those who haven't met me before. Yeah, I'm here with 2 hats on, both as a Huntingdonshire District Councillor for Brampton and Hinchinbrook. And also I'm the founder member of the Hunts Walking and Cycling Group. My question today is regarding the Tranche 2 active travel scheme fundings for Huntingdonshire. Active travel schemes play a key role in the government's drive to build back greener from the pandemic and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has told us that millions of us have found over the past year how cycling and walking are great ways to stay fit, ease congestion on the roads and do a bit for the environment. As we build back greener from the pandemic, we're determined to keep that trend going by making active travel easier and safer for everyone. I certainly agree with the Transport Secretary. Independent opinion polls and recent research from the Department for Transport shows that active travel schemes are supported on average by a ratio of 2 to 1. It is therefore particularly disappointing that under the previous Conservative administration, very few Tranche 1 and Tranche 2 active travel schemes published by Cambridge County Council on their website have been delivered in Huntingdonshire. And indeed, we've had a similar situation here in Huntingdonshire. Only in September, we had a female cyclist critically injured in Hertford Road, which is where one of the proposed active travel schemes was. And very tragically, again, only this week, a couple of days ago, we've had another fatality of a cyclist killed in Huntingdon, and we just have far too many deaths on our roads. Hunt's Walking and Cycling Group was formed in 2019 with the aim of helping to make cycling and walking to be seen a normal form of transport, especially for shorter journeys. It is estimated that 25% of all motor journeys are less than 2 miles, a distance that most people could cycle in 10 to 15 minutes if there were more safe cycling routes. We want to make our streets safer and healthier and see more safer routes to school for our children and grandchildren. Hunt's Walking and Cycling Group now has more than 1,500 members. We are offering to work with Cambridge County Council and with Sue Proctor and their Highways and Transport team to deliver your ambition to increase walking and cycling rates in Huntingdonshire. So my question today is, please can the chairman or members of the committee confirm how committed is the new administration to deliver active travel schemes in Huntingdonshire and indeed across the whole of Cambridgeshire? And secondly, how soon can we expect Cambridge County Council to commence consultation with local communities with a view to delivering some of the published active travel schemes in Huntingdonshire? Thank you.
Thank you, John. I mean, maybe I can comment in general, then let Brian comment specifically on consultation. You probably got a feeling from members earlier, if you heard the debate earlier, that there is a very significant commitment to active travel. Very much so. Brian, do you want to comment on consultation?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, just a bit of very brief background. I mean, some of the schemes that were suggested were at a very high level, a very conceptual level, and have taken a bit more effort to work up into deliverable designs in accordance with the government's criteria for funding. That's why some of the schemes in Huntingdon haven't been published yet. They are being developed and finished. In fact, the development is being finished now as we speak, and we're looking to get the consultation going sort of towards the end of this month or beginning of December at the very latest. So we will be in contact, and I think we welcome the input from the walking and cycling group that you mentioned, Councillor Morris, to input into those schemes. Thank you.
May I just say, Chairman, thank you very much for that. We very much welcome the opportunity. We do have a level of expertise in our walking and cycling group. We've got highway engineers, planners, architects, and we really look forward to working with you as you work up those schemes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and likewise, and thanks for coming. Could I call on Kirsty Howarth to join us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. I represent a group of 50 residents, non-residents, who fully support the ETRO schemes in Cambridge, in particular, the Luard Road closure point. Several years ago, I was involved in a traffic collision on this road, which is why I felt the need to address you in person today. Our question, and in context. Firstly, we urge the committee to support the recommendation to make all the ETRO schemes permanent, as per the proposal, as they have clearly achieved the objectives set out when they were put in place. Not to keep the schemes would, amongst other things, make the roads less safe for cyclists and pedestrians, and not seize the opportunity of promoting alternative modes of transport that Cambridge most desperately needs adopted. The officer's report stated the Luard Road scheme on its own had been successful in improving walking and cycling and making the area safer, with this view based on 700 cycle trips per day. However, a recent survey carried out by residents showed the daily number of cycle trips on the road had increased by 74% to 1,218, and pedestrian numbers recorded at 2,198, measured between the hours of 8 AM and 6 PM. This data surely supports the view that residential roads are simply not suitable nor safe to allow cars, vans, and HGVs to use these roads as cut-throughs. Furthermore, could it not be surmised that all 6 ETRO schemes have indeed encouraged more pedestrians and cyclists to use the routes as they feel safer in doing so, now there are no or limited motor vehicles? Subsequently, my question, or our question, is that on the back of the clear success of the existing ETRO schemes, will new additional schemes be implemented in the city to achieve the same benefits? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. And I think you probably got a sense from the discussion with the GCP that there are a lot of schemes under consideration, under active consideration, either by the GCP or ourselves. And I have family friends in Luard Road, so I know I shouldn't influence the committee, but I know it's pretty popular.
Yes, a very active group. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Dan, I believe we have a petition from Jasper Green.
Correct, thanks, Chair. I circulated the petition to the committee yesterday by email, so you should hopefully have received that. He has supplied some text me to read out also. The key fact to summarise at the end of the reading is the petition includes an additional 46 households out of the 58 signatories who had not written into the original consultation, and thus not included in the GCP stats. It thus represents a significantly increased level of local resident support for keeping the ETRO traffic barriers, especially phase 2 changes to Panton Street and Norwich Street.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have comments from Councillor Howitt.
Thank you. So this is from Councillor Howitt, local member. I want to inform the committee that as local county councillor for the division, I'm fully in favour of the proposed active travel scheme being confirmed in relation to the Newtown area in Cambridge. The area has suffered from dangerous rat running over many years, and solutions introduced have significantly reduced traffic and improved road safety. I want to place on record that I have met representatives of residents' associations in North Newton, Bateman Street and Hanover and Princess Courts on several occasions, and the proposals have very much been developed in conjunction with them and with their support. I'd like to place on record my thanks to them and also to my predecessor, Linda Jones, who played an important part and role at the beginning of this process. I'm aware that there are some objections to this scheme, in particular to phase 2. However, I am persuaded that the objectives of reducing rat running are only met if the combination of both phases are implemented together. I've witnessed safety concerns with some illegal parking, including that associated with schools in the area, and the incidence of 3-point turns and narrow spaces, which cause me some anxiety in terms of road safety for small children on the pavement or crossing roads. Nevertheless, officers and residents have told me that they are clear that the schools concerned will exercise responsibility in managing drop-off and pick-up times, ensuring their minibus drivers do not park illegally, and working with parents to encourage transport to school which avoids private cars coming into the area. There are also some continuing detailed issues, for example, on signage, that I ask our officers and those at the GCP to continue to consult on and act on in conjunction with local representatives. I would like to place on record my thanks to officers for organising a number of walkabout meetings and other consultations on this with myself and inviting me to be a full part of this process. I conclude by asking colleagues on the committee to give your full support to the proposals and thanking you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dan. So those are all the public questions we have. Just before I open for debate and discussion, Councillor Alex Beckett would like to move a small amendment to item Latin 8, Roman 8.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, there's many parts in this. It's DVIII 8. You're correct. So for those of you unaware, I'm the local member for Queen Edith's, which contains Nightingale Avenue, which we just heard from residents concerned around there. However, Nightingale Avenue isn't a relief road to reduce traffic on Fenton Road or Queen Edith's Way. Nightingale Avenue is a gateway to Nightingale Recreation Park one of the greatest green spaces we have in the city. It's a gateway to the community garden, which is much loved by many people. It's a gateway to kids playing in the play park there and to teenagers playing at the basketball hoops. There's no doubt that Fendon Road and QE Way need help to reduce their traffic. We need to bring forward measures to do that. We need the congestion charge of city access. We need a world-class bus service. We need other positive measures to reduce traffic and increase safety on those roads. We heard earlier on about the tragic death of Anna Garrett Quinton at the Adam Brooks roundabout. And so there is no doubt that we need to improve safety in the area and that we need to reduce traffic there. We need to get people out of their cars. But reopening Nightingale Avenue won't do that. All it will do is put a road between the people of QE and their park. So my amendment here aims to capture the concerns of people on Fendon Road and in the areas around Nightingale Avenue, and to ask us to consider mitigations for those roads and to look again at safety and what we can do to reduce traffic. But it allows us to do that while keeping Nightingale Avenue closed. So I think you've all got the text of my amendment here, but basically all it does is to add Nightingale Avenue, Queen Edith's Way, Fendon Road, and the mitigations around them to be considered as part of the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Dew, is that a second? Go ahead, Councillor. I think you have some positive signs, Councillor Beckett. Go ahead, Councillor Maguire.
Switch this on. Mine is more of a question to Councillor Beckett. I think when you were introducing it, you talked about the mitigation measures, and I'm not sure if I misheard you or not, but you made reference to congestion charging. Did I understand? Did you actually make reference to congestion charging in that as being one of the measures? Because I was going to ask you what mitigation measures you had in mind.
Yes. So as I think you're all aware, the city access program is going on, and one of those things that they are consulting on coming up, Peter, I think has gone now to fill us in on that one, is a congestion charge. So I'm not suggesting that we do that now, but it obviously needs to be considered as part of the city access program and the work that is being done there to reduce traffic across Cambridge.
And Chairman, if I may come back, then that places me in a difficult position because I'm not at this stage in favour of a congestion charge, and I don't see how you can introduce a congestion charge into one part of it. You'd have to look at it, I think, in a wider context. With that, Curtis, although we've seconded it, I would just say that I don't mind the recommendations that GCP looked at mitigation measures and includes streets, which I'm not terribly familiar with, but with that codicil on that, I am not good.
Noted.
That to be noted, Chairman, even though we've agreed to second it. I hope you appreciate that. But I do want to make a comment generally, Chairman, if I may come back after the amendments taken.
Okay, so it's been seconded. Councillor Dew.
Just on seconding, as I say, the thing is at the moment is to consider mitigation measures, not actually put any in, and that's why I'm content with it. But I would have similar reservations about putting something in on one item here that could affect the whole city or the county even. So,
so matter of clarification here, yes. While I spoke about the possible mitigation efforts, the amendment is to look at all possible mitigations with whatever those might be.
Okay. So are there any speakers on that amendment? Councillor Maguire, did you want to? No, that's fine. Okay, it's been proposed and seconded. Are we content to take that amendment? Okay, so then move to the debate on the broader recommendations. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said earlier on in the earlier item where we were looking at the city access, I think it just makes good sense for GCP to look at the city as a whole and not go into too much piecemeal approaches to these things. And I'm certainly happy with the recommendations, the first three being that we determine the objections without holding public inquiries, and certainly in terms of the Ely one, I fully support that, and I've also checked with local members there, and although we know there have been some objections, I think we're right to determine those objections without going into the public inquiry. But I specifically want to say, I think all members, I'm pretty sure all members of this committee have been lobbied hard by residents in the Leward Road and the Sedley Taylor Road area. And I have to say that, you know, I could be easily persuaded by, had I been thinking to maybe object to those closure, to say that it just makes good common sense. And we've already heard from Kirsty Harris. In fact, her words are probably better put to the committee than mine are, Chairman. But I did want to say that their representation was very meaningful, and I would quite happily support it, as the little D says, support further work with GCP too. But the fact that it's to design and implement permanent measures, it's quite clear that what is currently a rat, or has been in the past a rat run, should, well, the measures seem to be curing that anyway, and because I think we've all in certain towns and that suffer rat runs, and they're not very appropriate. So, as I say, Chairman, I just simply want to say that I fully support this, the recommendations as they are.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Councillor Beckett, you want to come back, and Councillor Pearce?
Yeah, just to talk to the more general issue of Leward Road. I think, I'm not sure everyone else here is aware of the GCP and how things happen with Leward Road. For some reason, Leward Road was originally recommended to be removed, where the other schemes were recommended to be continued. And that was clearly wrong. It has a lot of local support, and I've been working very closely with the Leward Road residents to explain why it is so successful and why it is so good. So I'm very happy today to see that that is the recommendation. I'm very happy to hear from other members that they will hopefully support Leward Road as well going forwards. I think there is a more general point coming up here, and I think that we've considered it with the Tranche 2 and the Mill Road and everything else here, that we do need to be thinking about the purpose of roads, and I'm really hoping the GCP will do that as part of their strategic review. That clearly we have a lot of residential streets that weren't designed to carry the level of traffic they are, that are now essentially being used as relief roads for the more major roads. And I think that is something that we need to consider very seriously as we go forwards. It's one of those, I think, accidents that happened with the invent of Waze and everything else, that now you find a lot of these satellite navigation programs that lead people down small, unsuitable roads because it's the quickest route, where previously we were able to use road signs to prevent these. We now have to look at other ways and to lead people back to the intended routes for traffic. So I'm very pleased that the recommendation here is to keep all of these closures in place. And I'm also very happy to hear the support from the Leward Road residents for further measures across the city, and hoping that we can use these to rebalance our road network and make sure that traffic goes where it is designed to go, and then that we can use other measures to reduce traffic off those routes, because I think COVID showed us all that lower traffic really does help our communities. It pulls them together. It allows people to get to their green spaces. It allows people to communicate with their neighbours. And I think that is vital going forwards, and we shouldn't lose those lessons that we learned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coots.
Just wanted to take the opportunity as member for Ely South to comment on and give you my support for the proposal for Station Road, Ely. I looked at the objections. There are some there in terms of reduced parking and van deliveries, but the benefits to the cycle route, the extension to the station, in my view, outweigh those. And so I'm happy to support the proposal.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm very happy to support these. I would be very proud to put my name next to them. I think it's excellent. But I think it's excellent that we've got evidence base. And as the last speaker here said, we had a lot of evidence base with regards to Leward Road, and that was absolutely superb in what we've got here. But we didn't have the evidence at the beginning, and we, in the end, took a punt at it and went for it and then decided to go for it. And that's where we got a lot of objections. We had a lot of criticism, but we must still continue to do that. We must still try and take the evidence, look at the situation and identify these hotspots, not only in the city, but throughout the whole of the county. So yeah, very happy to support this, but and on the evidence is proven to be very successful, but we must be prepared to take the risks at the beginning and go for these things, because, and we are going to get criticism, but we must accept that. That's our primary safety. My primary issue here is safety of public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other, Councillor Shayla? I'm just conscious of time because the Fire Authority are in here at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, just a quick one. And I hate to give too much credence to the GCP, but 3 of us here are on the GCP Assembly, and we discussed these proposals there, and some of the changes that come here are as a result of that. And certainly we need to monitor. And I appreciate the comment about being bold. Is it number D2 about the new measures for Long Road, Hills Road intersection came out of that discussion. So I think it's pretty well rounded now.
Yes, good point. Good point. Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, we have the recommendations with the amendment that I think we agreed. Therefore, can we agree these recommendations by affirmation? Agreed? Okay, thank you. Members, I don't want to cut short anything, but there is a practical issue, Dan. The fire authority are due to be in here at 2 o'clock. I understand.
Yeah, that's correct, Chair.
I know possession is 9/10 of the law, but
you could be at both meetings simultaneously, Chair.
And poor Sue and I are going to be deprived of lunch. Anyway, so I don't want to cut short debate. This next item is extremely important, obviously. Just to set the context a little bit, there will be further papers that come forward on some of these individual items like resident parking zone, like the 20 mile an hour. So this is a traffic management update. I mean, Sonia will explain more. It's a direction of travel. So we do have, should we take Dan Sonia's first or the questions first? Yeah, if we could ask Sonia to introduce the paper, and then we'll move straight away to the public questions.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. The report is an update on a number of traffic management issues. On King's Parade, it provides an update on actions since the June meeting.
Sonia, just lower your microphone a bit lower. That's it. Perfect.
Provides an update on actions since the June meeting and details how the City Council are proposing to take their project forward. On heavy goods vehicles, to confirm the working group is now up and running again with a new chair, Councillor Dupre, and the revised terms of reference are in the agenda. On civil parking enforcement, the update sets out some more detail on the potential deficit for running civil parking enforcement in South Cambridgeshire and confirmation of the GCP position following the questions at last committee. The 20 mile an hour section sets out the current policy and the approximate cost of implementing schemes. It encourages parishes and town councils who wish to take forward schemes that they could raise precepts, and the county council work positively with them to implement schemes. And that we are looking to review the policy to enable new schemes. And then finally, on the Traffic Management Act, Part 6 sets out that the government are looking to enable authorities to take on powers for enforcement of moving traffic offences using camera enforcement. This would mean issues like banned turns, school streets could be enforced by cameras. It would only be in areas where there is civil parking enforcement. Further discussions taking place with GCP to consider possible schemes to utilise this new opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'll invite the public questions then, if Sonia doesn't mind, just wait for any clarifications. Don't know if Richard is here in person or online. Let's take the question from Roxanne and then check if Richard is here. Richard has a question, I think, on 20 mile an hour. Oh, he's just come on. Wait. Okay, Richard, hi. If you can hear us, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and councillors, and thank you for agreeing to allow me to speak to this agenda item. Some of you may not know, I'm Richard Thorold, trustee of the Louis Thorold Foundation. I'm here today to speak on behalf of who I believe are the forgotten ones, the victims and the families of road crashes, as well as our little ones who do not really have a say in these matters. My question is going to be provocative. It's the only way that we'll get change and save lives. As CCC has signed up to Vision Zero, it now has a chance to really make a difference to people's lives by turning the speed limit policy on its head, by mandating 20 miles an hour in all urban areas and areas where pedestrians and cyclists and our little ones are vulnerable. I just want to pose that as a question and then add some information behind it if you're comfortable with that, Chair.
Yes, of course.
So we can go on about evidence, and I read in 5.1, 2 and 3 that we need evidence, but in the meantime, adults and children are dying or being seriously injured on our roads. Their families are receiving life sentences that never go away. The loss of a loved one at any age is horrendous, but to lose a child is unforgivable. You as committee members and the council as a whole have the power to change the system by reducing the default speed limit to 20 miles an hour everywhere. You've already signed up to the Vision Zero partnership, which states no human being should be killed or seriously injured as a result of a road crash. Your current policy is outlined in 5. As always, it requires process, surveys, etc. In the meantime, people are being killed or seriously injured as we speak. I thought it would be just very useful to point out that currently there are 400 to 450 people killed or seriously injured on the roads of Cambridge and Peterborough every year. Vision Zero hopes to reduce that by 50% to around 234 people by 2030, and then down to zero by 10 years later. I would argue that's 20 years too late. If you stick with the reduction plan, then in 2030, 234 families will still have to endure a life sentence of the loss of or serious injury to a loved one. And then just finally a bit of context. Most of you will be aware that speed kills, and excessive speed kills nearly everyone. At 20 miles an hour, 95% pedestrians survive. So if you look around your room, roughly 20 people in there, if you are hit at 20 miles an hour, only one of you would not survive. Then 13 would walk away with injuries and 6 would walk away completely safe. At 30 miles an hour, 9 of you would die and 10 of you would be seriously injured and only 1 would walk away. The difference is sobering. If you're hit at 20 miles an hour, you're going to have a bad day, but you're almost guaranteed to survive to complain about it the next day. If you hit at 30, then it's a flip of the coin. If you hit at 40, forget it. And then finally, I think I just want to be finished by pointing out that there is a lot of evidence now going around the country and around the world that reducing the speed limit down to 20 also reduces carbon emissions from vehicles. London research has shown that 8% reduction in NOx and PM10 diesel emissions when it's 20 rather than 30. And I know finally I'd say to you all, wouldn't it be great to be sitting here in 9 years' time and say Cambridge County Council led in the UK by reducing killed or serious injuries on the roads to 0 as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Maybe I'll make a couple of comments and invite either David or Sonia if they want to comment also. So we are now looking at the entire policy in line with the joint administration agreement for a renewed focus on 20 mile an hour. I had a meeting last week with Diane from 20 is Plenty. And so we started that discussion. We did have a full review immediately after the terrible Addenbrooke's accident of, again, the accident black spots. And I think the overall thing to say is, from administration point of view, we're not looking for a gradual reduction, but a huge step change. And that's what we're talking to Vision Zero about. David or Sonia, do you want to comment specifically?
No further comment. I see that Matt Staten, the Vision Zero Partnership Manager, is online. I'm not sure if he wants to comment.
Yeah, Matt, if please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, David. Just to say that the evidence that successful 20-mile-per-hour schemes improve safety is clear. I think Mr. Thorold has done a good job of demonstrating that to you. And it is particularly important for vulnerable road users. I think the key is to ensure appropriate investment in the infrastructure and community engagement in order to actually significantly change the speeds people drive in the built-up areas, not just the number at the side of the roads, so we can actually realise those safety and health benefits. Otherwise, good policy is at risk of being undermined. And I think that's the key thing from the Vision Zero perspective, is we want to achieve those benefits. We want to achieve the safety and health benefits of a good policy like 20 miles an hour, and that needs to be supported by investment in infrastructure where speeds are significantly above that already.
Thank you very much, Matt, and thank you, Richard, for your question, and we will respond to you also in writing. Can I invite Roxanne? Hello again, and please comment on this item on the agenda.
Hi, I'm actually Anna Williams, but also from CamCycle, speaking on behalf of our over 1,600 members. CamCycle welcomes the officer's update on all the issues in this report. We note that from an active travel perspective, these are all extremely important in terms of both safety and accessibility. The management of all these issues can reduce conflict between road users and improve access for everyone. At a previous meeting, we made clear our views on the King's Parade barrier. A new design should be both beautiful and compliant with Local Transport Note 120, meaning that it is practical, safe and inclusive, with people walking, cycling, using wheelchairs or mobility scooters fully accommodated. We recommend that the needs of pedestrians are added to the list of considerations in point 2.6 to make this clear. We also support proposals to consider this scheme as part of the broader city access project. Secondly, we fully support 20-mile-per-hour zones across the county. As other people have made clear here, reduced speed limits save lives. And in addition to this, we would like to ask that the section of the busway south of Cambridge Station, where recently a second person was killed, is also reduced to 20 miles per hour so that no more lives are lost here or families left suffering. Finally, we urge the County Council to follow up on its expression of interest to the Department for Transport and submit an application for civil enforcement of moving traffic contraventions under Part 6 of the Traffic Management Act for Cambridge City and for other districts once civil enforcement has been enabled in those areas. Camera-based enforcement could not only be used to keep bus and cycle lanes free of parked cars and improve traffic flow at yellow box junctions, but could also be used to create flexible motor traffic restrictions in rural and urban areas. This would unlock more opportunities to create school streets, reduce HGV rat running through villages, and trial new low traffic neighbourhood schemes with exemptions for deliveries and disabled people where needed. And it's really great to hear David say earlier that this should be possible when Part 6 is enacted. We support the Council's proposal to work with the GCP on sites for enforcement and would like to ask the committee to support an application to the DFT as soon as possible in order to enable this work to begin when Part 6 of the Traffic Management Act is enacted early next year. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I'm sorry, I didn't have my glasses on when you came in, Anna. So that's why I thought it was Roxanne.
No
do Sonia or Matt want to comment on King's Parade or other things? And then I will comment on the busway.
I think just helpful points to note from our perspective, and we can take those away and raise them with city colleagues as well on the design for the permanent barrier.
Okay. That's great. And then Anna, with regard to the busway, which you can imagine there's been a lot of discussion. So, firstly, on behalf of the County Council, we want to offer to the families and friends of the woman who was killed on the busway on the 26th of October our sincere condolences. We have now identified a suitable expert to carry out a fully independent analysis into what happened on this section of the Southern Busway. This will include a further review of the previous fatal incident, which was from 2018, Stephen Moyer, in this section of the Southern Busway, and will make recommendations as to improvements that could reasonably be made. We will update the family and you in due course. And of course, we continue to assist the police and the coroner with their investigations as requested. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, members, I think we want to move to the debate. Councillor Maguire.
Thanks, Chairman. I appreciate we have got to get through these items fairly quickly, so I won't repeat all of what I said earlier in an earlier item, but I think members know my own views. I note in 510 that the joint administration's desire to implement more 20-mile-an-hour schemes across the county. So I just want to differentiate between the city and the county in that sense. And I was involved in many of the 20-mile-an-hour implementation within the city. But 20 mile an hour, where it's appropriate, I will support it. But I do, again, advise caution. Don't make the assumption that all parishes who ought to have maybe 20 mile an hour within their area can afford it. And we will have to take that into account. And we should not find them being disenfranchised, if you like, simply because they don't have the preceptability. If it's appropriate, then I would support it. But I'm fairly confident the administration will obviously look back at some of a bit of empirical testing, because if my memory goes back, and I'm not sure what the outcome of it, total outcome of it is, but I think Portsmouth City was one of the first ones to almost introduce a complete, almost a blanket 20 mile an hour zone many years ago. I'm sure you will take into account those areas like Portsmouth who have introduced theirs, what the actual outcome of it was and how effective their 20 mile schemes, how they were managed. So, as I say, otherwise, yeah, I note your ambitions as an administration, Chairman.
So, in order, I think I've got Councillor Milnes, Councillor Allen, Councillor Mark Howell, Councillor Jenner, and Councillor Alex Beckett. Brian.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make a couple of comments on a couple of the issues in the report before us. King's Parade. I was at the briefing that is itemised in the report, and it was clear when we had that briefing that there was not a risk assessment process gone through. This was a specific King's Parade vulnerability assessment, and I believe that that may have been misrepresented at the time. We've had some conversations, very useful conversations, with a security expert based in Cambridge, who talked very eloquently and persuasively about preventing something rather than trying to prevent everything, about target hardening, which put the whole of the project in perspective. So clearly there is some risk. And the fact that we've taken some measures to reduce that risk is acceptable, but I don't believe that it was reported as an accurate assessment or an accurate report of the information that was given at the time. Having said that, we have that there. We have to agree to make it a permanent feature. But I want us to, as a committee, to recommend that it gets reappraised in terms of the way that it impacts the street scene. It's ugly, Chair. It really shouldn't have been built like that. It doesn't take any cognizance of its location. As a heritage site, this is something that needs to be addressed. So I'll just make the case for doing that. One other point on the civilian parking enforcement feasibility study by the GCP. We have a report 4.2 that says that's now complete, which is, as a district councillor for South Cambs, news to us. I would be quite interested to see the information for that. And one specific issue that I have on there is that the revenue income is expected to increase as time goes by, whereas actually I would expect it to decrease, because if we have effective quelling measures in place and tickets being issued, then that should go down rather than up. So I think we should take that into account. Thank you.
I don't know if Sonia wants to comment on any of those King's Parade, certainly King's Parade under 2.5. with the discussion with the city, there are 3 options. So hopefully amongst those options, we'll identify something that meets your needs, and also Roxanne will be and Anna will be interested in that. Sonia, did you want to say anything?
No, I mean, that is part of the review of the barrier that the city are doing.
And I take your point, civil parking enforcement and the revenue. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Milnes has touched on one of the things on CPE, so I won't sort of go any more on that, although I've still got concern over the way that's being funded. But going to 2020, I mean, I totally support it, and I've had a presentation at the parish council about it and totally understand it. But the reality out in the sticks, for want of a better word, is that a village, one of my 11 villages, we tried to get an LHIA bid. We're going again this year to reduce the speed from 60 down to 50. We were trying to be reasonable, and the police wouldn't support it, and it's going past what are now about 40 houses. There are some about 10 houses on a new build, and we deliver. So we need to get the police supporting this much more. Basically, they wouldn't support it because they couldn't enforce it. But my other point is funding. I know in Cambridge around, I drove the area past Netherhall, that is down to 20. I'm presuming that's funded by the county council, or it was. But then the papers talks about 5.5 about parish councils funding that. I mean, if you go down the LHIA bid for East Cambs, which is the district I'm in, I mean, the total LHIA budget for this year is 58,000. So on that basis, you'll be lucky to get 2 successful bids, or if the parish councils put a bid in out of their own resources, that could be their whole precept for the year. So I think we do have to look at funding much more to try and balance it between the city and the rural areas. Because sorry to finish. So some of those villages are of a reasonable size, obviously not the same size as Cambridge, but just as important.
And thank you. And also Councillor Maguire making same very valid point. So I think it's fair to say we are looking at funding, match funding, especially for those parishes that have got small precepts. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, at the top of page 128, 5.10, it says there how the joint administration will be reviewing this policy, which you give some of the pointers above. I am a great supporter of the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I think that it should almost be a default situation that if a road is not an A or classified as an A road or a B road, it should go under 20 miles an hour. And therefore, I would be very much improving this and actually going forward that all roads which are not an A or a B are 20 miles an hour. And we should hit this very, very hard. I'm asking you, Chairman, to look at this when the policy is being reviewed. I can only say now that I've got a particular village of mine which has an A and B road in it, and in both occasions there are 40-mile-an-hour speed limits, and we are lucky if people are under 50 miles an hour in the evening and night time, such as the speed of the roads. I will also look at that when this comes back, but at the moment, the one thing I want to say is with regards to those roads which are not classified as an A or a B road. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thanks. Valid point. Matt, did you want to comment on any of those observations from Councillor Howell?
I would agree with what he said, and I'd also agree in terms of considering the villages, and this isn't, from the Vision Zero perspective, isn't just about 20 miles an hour, and appropriate speed limit reduction and appropriate speed reduction is key. And I think I'll come back to the point I made earlier. The key thing with all of this, with the policy, needs to be the actual speeds that we can achieve people reducing by. That's where we see the safety benefits. That's where we see the health benefits. In some cases, that may not need the speed limit to change, but in others, speed limit change is absolutely the right policy. And I think that needs to be part of the review, which I'll be supporting Sonia and the team with.
Thank you. That's useful. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I fully support this 20. I mean, we have in March, we have all our schools are 20. It makes a blind bit of notice. It doesn't make a blind, the built down there. There is I think it's an hour's difference from the schools. How do we enforce this? Sonia, I picked up, did you say that there are cameras available? I mean, we've got them, the police won't enforce. Is there any cameras that we can?
I think probably I'll refer this one to Matt in terms of speed, safety cameras.
I mean, I did speak to the PCC on Saturday and I did ask him about, because we have a horrendous speeding problem in Finland. And he said, unfortunately, he cannot fund that type of stuff. So we need to be looking, where can we get reasonable price cameras?
So if I can come in on that, Chair.
Yes, please, Matt, go ahead.
So in terms of speed enforcement, that is a responsibility of the police, although the council as highway authority can install speed cameras as part of their role to reduce collisions on the road and prevent injury. That would be part of the safety scheme development and would at the moment, based on government guidance, be linked to collision history at locations with a demonstrable evidence of speed being involved. So speed camera enforcement is then the responsibility of the police with that infrastructure.
Yeah, I would be very interested to hear that. We've had in March and 3 of them within a 30-mile limit fatalities. We've had 6, 7 fatalities within the last 5 months. You know, we really need to do something out speeding. You know, we're desperate to get some, you know, the police, they just don't have the time, they don't have the resources. We've got parking issues. They can't go and look at the schools. You know, we really need something strong that's going to give a strong message to, you know, these people. You know, when you've got 3, 4 people killed in a 30-mile limit, you know, it's sad.
Yeah, absolutely. And as part of this process, which we didn't mention, it would be very useful if a group of us could maybe sit down with the Police and Crime Commissioner as a part of the implementation. They were enforcing the other day in Cherry Hinton, the 20-mile-an-hour limit. So, but Janet is right, they're very much constrained. I've got Councillor Beckett, then Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, around King's Parade, I think the issue is very frustrating that as a highways board, we have the ability to close the road, but we don't have the final say over the design of it. And I think all of us share CamCycle's concerns regarding cycle access and pedestrian access. I know that King's Parade is an area I use a lot myself, and I've seen a lot of the incidents around the current barrier, which is clearly not fit for purpose. So I do welcome the work on this. I really hope we can work to find a barrier that is fit for purpose and allows King's Parade still to be enjoyed by the masses while also increasing safety, obviously. It was slightly concerning when we had the briefing around target hardening within the city and the work that's been done. Obviously, we can't say too much about that because of the confidential nature, but I think we do need to look again at that and what we are doing around the city. It clearly needs some work. On the 20-mile-per-hour issue, one thing I'd like to just quickly read from the report, which is that schemes with no traffic calming, which see smaller reductions in traffic speeds of around 1 mile per hour, would only be expected to reduce collisions by 6%. Now, that might not sound like much, but when we think of the 234 casualties statistic we heard earlier, deaths, that's 14 people. So even where we can't implement full traffic reduction, we shouldn't be scared of trying to at least reduce it down to 21 mile per hour. Actually makes a big difference and can save people's lives. And I think that's really important here. We can't let the best be the enemy of the good, if that makes sense. And while we do want to get people all the way down to 20 miles an hour, any reduction we can achieve really does save lives. And I think that is really important. I mean, 20 mile per hour schemes, they bring peace and quiet to neighborhoods as well, and they have this power to reduce collisions and save lives. I think, yeah, that is vital. We look forward to seeing what Sonia brings forward with the next paper, but we mustn't delay in this because obviously, as we've seen with Addenbrooke's, any lives lost is one too many, and we need to do what we can to reduce that down to 0. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely right. Councillor Shaler.
Actually, a lot of my points have already been made, especially to do with enforcement. But a little bit of physics is a cube relationship. If you double the speed, it increases all the forces 4 times. That's all about noise and all the rest of it. But it's also, it might be, Anna, that seen one cyclist, seen them all, but it's about being seen when you're a cyclist. And this goes to some of the work that we're doing on the combined authority. We need 20-mile-an-hour zones to get on to some of the other intersections that we need to build, the roundabouts and things. If you come into these roundabouts too fast, then we simply can't make those sort of active transport changes that we need to make.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the recommendation, members, are there any more comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Maguire.
Can't let this opportunity pass without just endorsing what Councillor Beckett's just said, because this is a point I've made over many years. The police will invariably object to speed reductions, and particularly the 20 mile, because we know about their problems. They're the enforcement agency and they don't have the resources, and that can sometimes influence the final decision making. We end up with this sense that if we're going to introduce a speed reduction, that almost has to be self-enforcing, and therefore they have to put in hard measures. And I'm one of those who would say that is not necessarily the case, because if you can get just even a small percentage of people to reduce their speed, then the likelihood of a fatal accident is reduced. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Valuable. Councillor Beckett.
Really sorry, just had one point of clarification. I forgot to mention earlier on, when the city did 20 miles per hour, I believe it was actually funded by the city. So while we do need to look at funding, I just thought that would be a point to clarify.
Because the funding sources are important. Matt, did you want to comment?
Yeah, if I could, in terms of the percentage reduction, Councillor Beckett's absolutely right. In terms of 6% reduction would be fabulous. And I think what the point I was trying to make earlier was with targeted investment in the infrastructure to reduce speeds where they are higher, we can actually see 25 to 30% reduction in those areas, because as Councillor Shaler's identified, the benefit is exponential. So the greater reduction in speed we get, the greater benefit we will see. So I think alongside that, also we're talking about isolated communities a lot of the time in terms of 20-mile-an-hour potential bids, but the wider area we get and the more community engagement we get as a whole across Cambridgeshire is likely to see the greater benefits to the county as a whole, in terms of people seeing it as the normal speed in our built-up areas. So that's a key consideration to take forward. The wider areas we can get involved, the better.
Okay, thanks very much. Members, we are asked to note the contents of the update report. As I said, there will be specific papers on both 20-mile-an-hour and resident parking zones coming forward. So everybody agreed? Thank you. We are almost there. So item 10 is last but definitely not least. I think David is going to introduce that report, and Anna, and it's definitely Anna, wants to comment, and we'll go straight to that after David.
Thanks, Councillor. This is an update on the A428 inquiry, the development consent order. That's the process by which massive infrastructure gains powers. It's been brought forward by National Highways, and the County Council have been liaising with National Highways both before and now during this examination. The paper's about the process rather than the detail. Back in the summer, this committee delegated responsibility for feeding into this inquiry, this examination, and that was on the basis that we were supportive of the principle of the A428 investment, but that support was not unconditional, and officers were to work with National Highways to make sure that the risk of this scheme in terms of traffic on the local network, reputational risk to the County Council, essentially making sure that any infrastructure that we adopt as part of these proposals meets ours and national policy and criteria, and the evidence that goes into this is up to standard. The process is set out in Appendix 1, which sets out the various deadlines of the hearings of the examination. This takes the form of hearings by which there's a live dialogue mediated by the examiner, and written representations that are provided. And what we've submitted so far set out in that appendix 4 different deadlines. We will continue and we remain motivated to working closely with National Highways and feeding into this inquiry to resolve outstanding matters. It's fair to say that they remain matters outstanding, but we're hopeful that we can continue to make our point and drive a positive outcome. If for any reason we were to hit a sticking point that we felt was no longer tenable, that the position may need to change, we would bring a paper back to yourselves on that basis. Last thing to say is that all of the submissions that we've made to date are available on the planning examiner's website with a link provided in the paper.
Great, thank you. So before we go to the debate, if I can ask Anna to put a question on this.
Thank you. CamCycle agrees with the officer's comments in 4.8.2 that the construction of a new dual carriageway in this area will attract and create higher levels of motor traffic, and that the current proposals for active travel users are not sufficient to mitigate against the unsustainable development patterns that will be exacerbated by the new road. We would like to see, firstly, high quality active travel connectivity between St Neots, Camborne and all the settlements in between. The distance between St Neots and Camborne is less than 10 miles. This is about 45 minutes by electrically assisted pedal cycle and shorter than the active travel route alongside the busway between St Ives and Cambridge, which has been an enormous success. The only thing currently preventing people cycling in the region west of Camborne is the lack of safe, high quality and fully accessible cycling infrastructure. Secondly, we would like to see safe and convenient active travel crossings of busy roads and junctions, usable by people of all ages and abilities. As currently planned, the A428 project proposes several hazardous uncontrolled crossings which force people walking, cycling or riding horses to brave wide expanses of carriageway and high volume, high speed motor traffic. This is simply unacceptable. And thirdly, we would like to see provision for active travel users that enables them to cross barriers, including the A1, the River Great Ouse and the East Coast Main Line. Structures are planned to be built for the benefit of motorists needing to cross these barriers. Active travel routes need the same connections. So we would like to ask members to support officers in pressing national highways for high quality active travel infrastructure to be developed as part of this scheme, built and designed in line with local transport note LTN 120, so it is safe and accessible for all users. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I have two speakers at the moment, Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Howell.
I'd just like to endorse those points. As a St Neots resident, I'm one of the few people who's ever tried to run and cycle from Cambridge to St Neots, and both of those, using the current infrastructure on the A428, it's almost certainly a very dangerous journey, which involves walking on the hard shoulder of a busy road. I think if you look through the papers note that this road improvement is going to have a negative impact on our carbon emissions, a negative impact on pollution. I think it's only fair that we give something back by making the route, making St Neots and Camborne more accessible by active transport users and non-motorised users as well. So I fully support this. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave the meeting now. I apologise, Chairman.
No problem. I'll have to leave myself soon. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm very fortunate here that I've had 2 bites of the cherry because I didn't expect to be sitting here this evening. Sorry, this afternoon. It feels like this evening. So I wrote a small report, which I've now emailed to all of you, which I originally sent to Dan, and he was going to distribute to everybody on this particular matter. I represent the town of Camborne, as many of you know, and it abuts Papworth. And in Papworth, they've got a fantastic cycleway, which is going to come up to the Caxton Gibbet roundabout. But it stops there, and then it turns into Cambridge. What we need is to be able to cross the 428. And therefore, what I ask is when the officers and yourselves, Chairman, have debates upon and discussions with regards to this, you can look at how we're going to join Papworth and Camborne. At the moment, the safest way involves, instead of crossing at 200 yards or 150 yards crossing, to go 5 to 6 miles out of your way, into Camborne, through Camborne, back out of Camborne, and back up to 1198. Ridiculous. and therefore people are going to try and cross that road. And therefore I ask that when you do have these discussions, you seriously look at how you're going to connect Papworth and Camborne West together. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, very important. David, do you want to feedback?
Yeah, just, I mean, we entirely agree. And part of this process is to make sure that the ambition and national policy, sustainability agenda, the active travel, connecting communities, this is the process to secure that. It's fair to say that National Highways don't entirely agree at the moment, and hence the tenacity of our representations, and that will continue throughout this process. It's already reflected in the written representations, and we're working with National Highways to hammer home these messages.
Thank you, Chairman. That would be good. It's good to hear that we are working that way.
So I think we're aligned, Mark, and yeah, we'll keep pushing and keep you in the loop. Are there any more questions or about this particular paper? Okay, so we're asked to note the report, note the submissions, and then delegate to myself and Jerry, for Steve in conjunction with myself and Jerry, for agreements with National Highways. So is everybody agreed? Final item very quickly is agenda plan. Dan, do you want to say anything other than we will have a December meeting?
Other than the items that have been discussed today to add to the agenda plan, I've got no further updates. But in regards to appointments, the committee does need to appoint a transport and health member champion to promote joined up working on transport issues between Environment and Green Investment Committee, Highways and Transport Committee, the Adults and Health Committee and Public Health. So if I could have a nomination, I'll be most grateful.
So if we can do that by email, and I'll be in touch with Councillor Maguire, if that's okay. Brian, you want to say something?
Just very quickly, Chair. I don't believe we're going to be able to thank him in person, but I would like to propose a vote of thanks to Dominic Dominini for his work as interim. It's been a pleasure to work alongside him for the period he's been here. And then secondly, I'd just like to for us to record our pleasure at seeing £4.5 million of funding also under the Zebra scheme, the zero emission bus scheme that we've got from the government. It's only 25% of the cost, so we're going to have to chip in the same as is the combined authority, and the bus company are going to make a contribution apparently too. But we do welcome that on our 30 new electric vehicles for the bus service. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I'd like to propose 3 items to be added to the agenda plan. In December, I would like us to request a report on the progress of the Wisbech Access Study. And on the March agenda, I'd like us to have a report about our policy on cutting back overhanging hedges and trees. And I've previously emailed you about this. And the final one that I'd also like to request, probably in March, because it's a bit late now for December, is what we previously agreed, which for some reason isn't on the agenda plan, which was to bring forward a policy or a proposed policy on HGVs when major roadworks such as the A14 involve closures. And we did agree that at the last committee.
I will second that. That should be.
We did, yes. So I'm kind of looking to Councillor Dupre, but let's have an update subsequently. But yes, it's very important. If there's nothing else, I really appreciate your time and patience. I think there were very good discussions and very important topics. And of course, we had a lot of public engagement. Thank you very much, everybody.